Martial Peak, Chapter 5200, Mi Jing Luan. 50,000? One of the 8th Order Division commanders immediately frowned in response. That was not a small number. If every single puppet could exert the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or above, then their might would indeed be very imposing if they were gathered together in one place. It was just that the resources required to refine so many puppets would also be equally staggering. Besides, they would surely need to prepare large amounts of energy sources inside the puppets in order to activate so many at once. Xianxia, you spendthrift. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not the only people who were secretly feeling distressed. Not much time had passed since things began looking up for the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were already starting to splurge on resources. It was one thing if these 50,000 puppets could play a decisive role in battle, but it would be a total waste if they could not bring out any real potential. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander asked, if the puppets can exert the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above, what about their true strength? If these puppets could also exert the strength of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above, then the 50,000 puppets alone would be enough to teach the Black Ink clan a harsh lesson. Yang Kai replied honestly, that's the peculiarity of these puppets. Although the aura they can exert is not weak, they are not very useful in reality. Moreover, their flaws are very obvious since they were refined in a rush. While there is no risk of these flaws being noticed from a distance, the Black Ink clan will be able to see the truth at a glance once they get close enough. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell silent. It would seem that they could not place their hopes on the puppets. They could only be dispatched as bait for the Eastern and Western armies at most. But what was the use of such bait for Xianxia to refine so many of these puppets without regard for the cost? While the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were pondering these questions, Mi Jing Luan fanned himself with the feather fan in his hand. There was a pensive look on his face, and his eyes constantly flashed with an unusual light. Those were the signs that indicated he was thinking with all his might. The East-West Army refined these puppets on the march, which meant it was an impromptu decision. Otherwise, these puppets would have been prepared in advance before Wind and Cloud Pass even formed such a large army. What could have led the East-West Army to make such a choice? It was impossible for such a change to occur for no reason in this world, especially when it was related to a matter as significant as the recovery of Great Evolution Pass. Xianxia knew better than to be so irresponsible. What's more, there was an old ancestor overseeing the East-West Army. If Xianxia failed to convince the old ancestor, then it would have been impossible to make changes to the original plans. Mi Jing Luan suddenly raised his head to look at Yang Kai. Did he order the refinement of the puppets before or after they encountered the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan? After, Yang Kai replied. Right after defeating the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, Army Commander Xianxia began to gather materials to refine the puppets. To this end, the army even took several days to rest and recover before proceeding. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were speechless when they heard that the East-West Army even took several days to recover and reorganize. It had to be said that the North-South Army had departed from Azure Void Pass with all haste, for fear of missing the opportunity to strike while the element of surprise was on their side. In comparison, the East-West Army's actions were simply unimaginable. The Black Ink clan reinforcements only consisted of 300,000 troops, so with an old ancestor and 68th Order Masters, the East-West Army could have wiped out the enemy without much effort. Why would they need to rest and reorganize? Mi Jing Luan suddenly nodded, so that's how it is. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who was fairly close to Mi Jing Luan asked, Brother Mi, what have you realized? Listening to Yang Kai talking about the East-West Army's behavior during the march had left these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scratching their heads over the reason why Xianxia had made changes to the original plans. However, Mi Jing Luan now claimed that he understood everything. Leaving aside these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even Yang Kai, who came from the East-West Army, could not understand what Xianxia was planning. He only knew that the puppets must play a special role in the grand scheme of things. Mi Jing Luan smiled slightly, Brother Xiang is planning to lure the tiger out of the mountain. What do you mean? One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked humbly. Mi Jingluan did not explain immediately. On the contrary, he glanced at Yang Kai and inquired, if my guess is correct, did the East-West Army deliberately allow one of the territory lords to escape when they wiped out the 300,000 Black Ink clan army? Yang Kai shook his head. This junior does not know. When the war began, both he and Dawn had focused on killing their enemies. There was no time for them to pay attention to other things. Then, how many territory lords did the East-West Army kill in that battle? He replied, 11. This disciple detected the aura of 11 territory lords vanishing during the battle. Exactly. In general, a territory lord will command between 20,000 and 30,000 troops in battle. For an army of 300,000, there should have been 10 to 12 territory lords in total. Since only 11 territory lords lost their lives, then one of them must have escaped. Yang Kai frowned in confusion. There was an old ancestor overseeing that particular battle, so even if one of the territory lords had escaped, she would not have failed to notice him escaping. Putting it that way, it was just as Mi Jingluan said. The old ancestor must have deliberately allowed that territory lord to escape. Thinking back now, the East-West Army had set up an ambush in a hurry, and before the entire Black Ink clan army had entered the ambush zone, they had been exposed, so the battle began in haste. It was true that some of the Black Ink clan had escaped the encirclement and survived as a result. In addition, a large ship under one of the territory lords seemed to have been left behind. At the time, Yang Kai had assumed that the territory lord on that ship had been killed, but it would now seem that there was a high possibility that the enemy had escaped instead. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable fact that the auras of 11 territory lords had disappeared during the battle. Mi Jingluan continued, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass both underwent great changes, with a second old ancestor even appearing outside Wind and Cloud Pass. Such news would not remain a secret for long, and would surely spread throughout the entire Black Ink battlefield very quickly. If the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass learned about this incident, he would undoubtedly become vigilant and wonder whether the human race was trying to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, such thoughts are nothing more than conjectures without evidence. There would be no way to prove his suspicions until the humans actually launched an attack. Be that as it may, the East-West Army deliberately allowed a territory lord to escape. If this territory lord returned to Great Evolution Pass and reported his experience to the higher-ups, then the Royal Lord will be at least 80% certain his conjectures are correct. Our North-South Army has repeatedly been discovered by the Black Ink clan because they are already aware of our presence. Therefore, it is not a secret to the Black Ink clan that the human race is trying to recover Great Evolution Pass anymore. The 8th Order Masters listened quietly. Likewise, Yang Kai was also listening. He felt as though he had received the answers to the various questions in his heart thanks to Mi Jingluan's explanation. If my guess is correct, then the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass are not only searching for the location of the North-South Army but also trying to figure out where the East-West Army is. The area around Great Evolution Pass is most likely filled with scouts of the Black Ink clan. Under these circumstances, the Black Ink clan will surely deploy their troops ahead of time to garrison Great Evolution Pass in order to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Having said this, Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed brightly. At this moment, the defenses deployed around Great Evolution Pass will be practically impregnable. Not to mention, the Royal Lord will definitely come to Great Evolution Pass in person to confront our 9th Order old ancestor. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we have lost the opportunity to fight back? How can Great Evolution Pass be retaken? An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master frowned. Mi Jingluan shook his head slowly. The East-West Army is intentionally trying to alert the enemy to their presence. In that case, it stands to reason that they have no intention to storm Great Evolution Pass. That's also the reason why they made changes to their original plans. These puppets are enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan for a long time. Using this opportunity, the East-West Army will be able to head straight into the Black Ink clan's territory. Now that the troops of the Black Ink clan have gathered at Great Evolution Pass, the defenses of the Black Ink clan's territory should be relatively thin, and without the presence of a royal lord acting as a restraint, the old ancestor will be able to act without restraint. If a battle breaks out and news reaches Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan will not be able to remain calm once they realize that they have been tricked and will surely deploy their troops stationed at Great Evolution Pass to reinforce their lines. At that time, the North-South Army will be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan if they can find the right opportunity. Fighting in the void will reduce many of the risks that come with attacking the Great Pass. Seeming to realize something all of a sudden, Mi Jingluan's eyes brightened. He struck his fan closed against his palm and exclaimed, "Amazing! Brother Xiang is a genius. How absolutely admirable! I can't believe he saw that far into the future. Brother Mi, your explanation is so obscure that we look like fools in comparison," one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't resist complaining. Many people chuckled in response. Even Mi Jingluan smiled slightly. To put it in another way, if we followed the original plans, the North-South Army and the East-West Army were supposed to launch a quick, decisive strike. We should have joined forces nearly a month and a half ago, then subsequently launched an attack on Great Evolution Pass. Our current Great Evolution Army is mighty, and the Royal Lord was not in Great Evolution Pass back then. The only troops stationed there would have been a few territory lords and their respective armies, so it would not have been difficult to recover Great Evolution Pass. Everybody nodded in understanding. Recovering the Great Evolution Pass with a swift and sudden strike was the original plan formulated by the higher-ups. There was no nuance to the plan, only an emphasis on speed. In other words, they had planned to conquer Great Evolution Pass before the Black Ink clan had time to react. After recovering Great Evolution Pass, we would surely need to rely on its strength to defend against the Black Ink clan army's inevitable counterattack. Although the Great Evolution Army is mighty and consists of more troops than any other Great Pass, we would not have much time to prepare ourselves once we took Great Evolution Pass. Hence, we would not be able to exert most of Great Evolution Pass power when the Black Ink clan army arrived and could only meet them head-on. The Black Ink clan army would have endless reinforcements coming to their aid, while we would be few in number and our reinforcements would come from afar, if they came at all. Without any foundation to rely on, we would surely suffer great casualties. In the worst-case scenario, Great Evolution Pass would be retaken by the Black Ink clan. However, there would be nothing we could do to stop them. But things will be different if we act according to Brother Xiang's plans, Mi Jingluan explained excitedly. The East-West Army will charge into the Black Ink clan territory and reduce the Black Ink clan's strength as much as possible. Simultaneously, the North-South Army will be able to restrain the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. It's not a big deal if they do not come out, but if they do, we will find a way to ambush them and weaken their strength. If things continue in this manner, then the Black Ink clan will eventually be overwhelmed and run out of troops. At that time, we will have enough time to build up our strength after conquering Great Evolution Pass. When we regain a firm foothold in Great Evolution Pass, why would we need to fear the trivial Black Ink clan? The realization dawned upon them after listening to his explanation. They had originally felt unhappy with the East-West Army for making unauthorized changes to the original plan. Nevertheless, looking at the current situation, the new plan was indeed much better than the original one. To put it simply, Xiangshan's plan was to ignore Great Evolution Pass for now. Be that as it may, their end goal was still to recover Great Evolution Pass. In the long term, this plan had a higher chance of success, which was why Mi Jingluan fully endorsed it. Since they had a better plan than before, it stood to reason that the North-South Army would cooperate. After some consideration, Mi Jingluan suddenly asked, "Yang Kai, how long did it take for you to travel here from the East-West Army?" "About 20 days or so," Yang Kai replied. Martial Peak, Chapter 5201, The Human Race Army is Coming. How far away was the East-West Army from Great Evolution Pass when you departed? More than a month's journey, but less than 2 months. Yang Kai had used over 20 days to complete a journey that would have taken an ordinary person nearly 2 months to complete. Even if he borrowed the power of the universe array on the purifying black ink battleship, that was an astounding speed. Nevertheless, considering he was a master of the Tao of space, this result was within the acceptable range. Mi Jinglun quickly made some calculations before saying out loud, in other words, if the East-West Army charges straight for Great Evolution Pass, then they are currently less than 20 days away from contact. But I believe the East-West Army has changed direction already. They are planning to attack the Black Ink Clan's domain after all. It should be almost time. In approximately half a month, the East-West Army will launch an attack on the Black Ink Clan territory. At that time, their whereabouts will be exposed. But before that, they will release the thousands of puppets as bait to distract the Black Ink Clan garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. Once it becomes known that the East-West Army appeared in the Black Ink Clan's territory though, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely take action. Mi Jinglun seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be explaining the situation to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What the North-South Army needs to do right now is find a suitable position to set an ambush. When the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass show themselves, we will greet them with a painful assault. With a snap of his fan, he made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. Do you have any other orders aside from delivering this message? Yang Kai shook his head. The army commander only asked me to inform the North-South Army of the change in plans. He did not give me any other orders. But in that case, please cooperate with the North-South Army for the time being. Yes. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Did you bring the communication device with you? Yang Kai nodded and took out a communication bead. The army commander gave this to me before I left. Mi Jinglun nodded. There's no need to trouble another when one alone is enough for a task. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, I would like to ask you for a favor. Please give me your orders, sir. Head towards Great Evolution Pass and use this communication device to search for Army Commander Yang Lai and inform him about the situation here. He has been monitoring the movements around Great Evolution Pass for some time. Ask him whether the Royal Lord has arrived at Great Evolution Pass and whether the Black Ink Clan are showing signs of building up their defenses. After getting the answers, deliver the information back here as quickly as possible. Also, ask him to remain in place to monitor the movements of the Black Ink Clan. If the Royal Lord leaves Great Evolution Pass, he should inform us as soon as possible. Understood. Proceed with caution. The Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass have dispatched many of their troops as scouts to try to locate the North-South Army. Do your best not to be discovered. Yang Kai nodded again. Go! Mi Jinglun gestured for Yang Kai to leave. Yang Kai left with his orders. After Yang Kai left, Mi Jinglun addressed the division commanders. What we need to do now is find a suitable position. This position cannot be located too far from Great Evolution Pass. If we are too far away, we will not have enough time to stop the Black Ink Clan once they dispatch their troops. But we cannot be too close either. If we are too close, we run the risk of being discovered by them. Our best choice is a place located approximately a 3 to 5 day journey away. Do you have any good suggestions? One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters replied, We are not familiar with the topography near Great Evolution Pass. In order to choose a suitable location, we will need to investigate carefully. Furthermore, it's not easy to conceal our fleet. Why don't we have our troops stow away all the warships? That will make it easier for us to remain hidden. Moreover, it won't be too late to summon them when the battle commences. Mi Jinglun nodded lightly. That works. However, the purifying black ink battleship has to remain, lest Brother Yang have no means to contact us. Following a brief discussion, numerous orders were relayed throughout the fleet, and it didn't take long for almost all the warships to be put away, leaving only the purifying black ink battleship behind. Without the constraints of the warships, it was easier and more effective for the soldiers of the North-South Army to rely on their various secret techniques and artifacts to conceal their presence. Afterwards, Numerous squads were subsequently dispatched to search for a suitable ambush location. On the other hand, Yang Kai left the purifying black ink battleship and sped towards Great Evolution Pass. If he could manipulate space principles, this trip would not have taken him much time to complete. However, Mi Jinglun had asked him to remain hidden as much as possible. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass had dispatched many troops to search for the North-South Army's location, so if he traveled by instantaneous movement and accidentally appeared too close to the Black Ink clan scouting parties, he would surely be exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai could only travel with great haste using normal means. Before he left, he had asked about the direction and location of Great Evolution Pass, learning he was currently about 10 days away. Hence, there was no rush time-wise. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sped through the void towards Great Evolution Pass from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. These 5 8th Order Masters were the ones who departed from the East-West Army previously. Each of them carried a space ring filled to the brim with puppets. After Yang Kai's departure, the East-West Army acted according to Mi Jinglun's prediction. Be that as it may, these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had acted differently and hurried towards Great Evolution Pass instead. They were only half a month away from Great Evolution Pass at the moment, and up until recently, they had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman. But they had constantly run into various Black Ink clansmen over the past few days. Most of these Black Ink clan teams were led by a single feudal lord, so they were naturally no match for the 5 division commanders. Needless to say, the 8th Order Masters slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen they came across without any mercy. Nevertheless, their frequent encounters with the Black Ink clan indicated that their presence had been noticed. All of a sudden, the leading 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to an abrupt halt and sent out a divine sense transmission. "It's about time. Let's begin." The 4 others nodded in agreement. They each took out a space ring, and with a surge of their divine senses, large batches of puppets began to appear. Each of these puppets radiated with the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or higher, up to the 7th Order. One puppet alone might not be very noticeable, but they became a mighty force when so many of them were gathered together in one spot. As the number of puppets increased, the aura they released became more and more imposing. Soon, the entire void became distorted by their mere presence. A total of 70,000 puppets were quickly summoned by the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These puppets were neatly dressed, and their energy sources had been installed and charged in advance. The divine senses of the 5 8th Order Masters surged once more to relay an extremely simple instruction to the puppet army gathered in front of them. In the next moment, the puppet army silently embarked directly in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Issuing an order to some 70,000 puppets at once meant that each 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was responsible for more than 10,000 puppets. Even if their cultivations were deep and profound, they could not prevent their complexions from turning pale. That was also why 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched together. If their numbers were reduced in any way, they would not have been able to control so many of these puppets at once. After releasing the puppet army of tens of thousands, the task of these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be considered complete. They watched the puppet army drifting away into the distance, and after resting for a short while, they turned around and sped towards the depths of the void. It was necessary for them to join up with the rest of the army as their strength would ultimately be required to contribute during the attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. The puppet army marched forward. In less than an hour, a Black Ink clan search party soon detected the aura of this army from a distance. There was no helping it. The aura radiating from the puppet army simply stood out too much, like a bright moon in the middle of the night. It was difficult for the Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity to not notice their presence. This scouting party was led by a feudal lord who had received the orders to investigate the possible locations of the human race army. Over the last couple of days, his search had been fruitless, hence, he never expected to make such a big discovery today. He originally wanted to investigate more carefully, but he was frightened by the overwhelming aura and did not dare to approach too closely. Even just sensing them from so far away made his face turn pale. At a glance, he could tell that there were several tens of thousands in the human race army marching towards Great Evolution Pass without any intention of concealing themselves. Therefore, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly relayed the news to the rear. At the same time, he continuously retreated into the distance while monitoring the movements of the humans from afar. A few days later, the information was finally delivered to Great Evolution Pass thanks to the efforts of several Black Ink clan squads. Inside the spacious Grand Hall, a group of territory lords were locked in a heated discussion. Meanwhile, the gigantic royal lord with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back simply sat there with his head resting on his hand and his eyes closed. He looked as though he had not moved at all since arriving. All of a sudden, a feudal lord rushed into the grand hall and whispered something to Hong Di before he quickly left again. The territory lords fell silent and turned to look at Hong Di. Hong Di stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Royal Lord, we have discovered the movements of the human race army." The royal lord opened his eyes slightly. "Speak." "I received a report just now, stating that the human race army has been detected in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. The number of enemies is estimated to be between 60,000 and 70,000. Moreover, they are marching directly towards Great Evolution Pass. A feudal lord has been monitoring their movements from a distance, but he has found no signs to indicate that they planned to change their course." Impudence! Does the human race believe that they can retake this great pass with a trivial force of 60,000 to 70,000? They clearly do not know their place. That's just coming from Wind and Cloud Pass. What about Azure Void Pass? There might be another army no less than these numbers coming from the other direction. If they join together, their numbers would reach over 100,000. So what if they have 100,000? With Great Evolution Pass acting as a shield and nearly 1 million of our Black Ink clan soldiers, forget a mere 100,000, they would never succeed even if they had double those numbers. That's right. It's one thing if they didn't attack us, but since they dared to come, then we'll make sure they never return. Royal Lord, please allow us to meet the humans in battle. The territory lords clamored noisily. Since they occupied the geographical advantage and their military strength far exceeded that of the humans, they naturally had the qualifications to dismiss the approaching threat. However, as long as the royal lord said nothing, they did not dare to act rashly no matter how much noise they made. The royal lord remained silent for a time before finally opening his mouth to ask, "Did you learn the location of the Ninth Order Master?" Hong Di replied, "The feudal lord did not mention anything about this matter. But the Ninth Order Master will surely come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass." The royal lord responded flatly and added lightly, "Prepare yourselves. It looks like the human race will attack soon." "Yes." The territory lords answered loudly and rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. News from the front line continuously arrived at Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than an 8-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Furthermore, they showed no signs of stopping, slowing down, or changing direction. The human race army was less than a 5-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than a 3-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was only 1 day away from Great Evolution Pass. Somewhere outside Great Evolution Pass, Yang Lai and his disciples secretly concealed themselves in one of the scattered asteroids. Their current location was much closer to Great Evolution Pass compared to their previous hiding spot. It could even be said that they were so close that they were being reckless. Martial Peak, Chapter 5202, This is Bad, Honored Master. At this location, if the whereabouts of the master and disciple were discovered by the Black Ink clan, then they would not be able to escape even though Yang Lai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That was because the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass could arrive at this spot in the blink of an eye and kill them. Gong Lian was very unhappy. He felt as though his honored master was being ridiculous and reckless. However, as the disciple, he could not criticize the actions of his honored master and could only act as carefully as possible. As they were simply too close, Xianxia did not dare to glance around Great Evolution Pass despite their auras and figures being concealed. He was worried that his careless gaze might arouse the vigilance of a powerful Black Ink clan master. That was why he instructed his disciple to investigate the situation around Great Evolution Pass from beginning to end. Gong Lian's innate abilities not only allowed him to have a very keen perception of any approaching danger but also minimized the presence of his existence whenever he wanted to investigate something. For that reason, even the royal lord would not notice him as long as he remained careful. The recent days had been very exhausting for Gong Lian. He had always been lazy. Be that as it may, he was now required to monitor the situation at Great Evolution Pass at all times and report every movement to his honored master. He didn't even have the time to fall into a daze. It had to be said that the trance achieved during the divine wandering was his greatest hobby in life. Under those circumstances, he could empty his entire mind and receive an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Stinking brat! Xianxia suddenly elbowed his disciple because he had not moved in a long time. Are you in a daze again? Gong Lian shrank back and flatly denied, No. I wasn't. I was checking the movements of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. You shouldn't always slander me like that, honored master. You should trust in your disciple. How could Xianxia not understand his own disciple's personality? Nevertheless, he did not say anything regarding that matter and simply inquired, Have there been any changes? There aren't any huge changes, but there seem to be many additional Black Ink clan masters on the four walls of Great Evolution Pass. It's like what? Xianxia asked. Like they're preparing for something? Gong Lian replied with uncertainty. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. They have gathered nearly 1 million troops here. It's obvious that they are guarding against an attack from our army. It's not the same, Gong Lian shook his head. Although they stationed their troops here in the past, they've never mobilized such a great force before. Their current movements give me the sense that our human army is about to attack, and they're making final preparations. Xianxia raised his brow. The Black Ink clan is making preparations for war? Could it be that Brother Mi has made a move? But that shouldn't be. If Mi Jinglun were to make a move, he would surely find a way to communicate with me. He wouldn't attack without notifying me first. But if it isn't the North-South army, then could it be the East-West army? He quickly probed further. Which direction is the Black Ink clan's defense focused on at the moment? Is it the left? Or the right? If it was the left, then the Black Ink clan was defending against the East-West army. If it was the right, then they were defending against the North-South army. Gong Lian replied, From where I stand, it's the left. There are more than 12 territory lords standing on the walls and looking out into the distance. Xianxia scowled at those words. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass seems to be guarding against something from the direction of the East-West army. But if that's the case, why didn't the East-West army contact me beforehand? Is the East-West army planning to attack the Great Pass alone? Xianxia can't be that reckless, right? Besides, even if Xianxia is unreliable, there's still the old ancestor. While Xianxia was stewing in his doubts, Gong Lian suddenly frowned. Honored master, I can sense something coming from over there. What is it? Is it the royal lord? Xianxia was startled. Gong Lian shook his head. It's not the royal lord. There is no sense of danger coming from that presence, but the aura of what's coming is very strong. Extremely strong. Xianxia could not understand what his disciple was saying, but he also understood that his disciple would not speak nonsense. Therefore, he was resentful of the fact that he could not act recklessly while he was currently in this position. Otherwise, he could have extended his divine sense to perceive his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no need for him to carefully probe his surroundings, as not long after Gong Lian finished speaking, Xianxia detected the powerful presence his disciple mentioned just now. It was certainly extremely powerful. Even though there was a great distance between them, the aura transmitted clearly across the void. However, what puzzled him was that the aura was rather messy and complicated despite being very powerful. It was as though the presence was formed from the fusion of countless auras. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yanglai's expression changed drastically. The presence was completely unlike Yanglai and his disciple, who acted carefully so that they remained undetected. More than a dozen territory lords stood side by side on the towering walls of Great Evolution Pass that faced Wind and Cloud Pass. Under their powerful perception, they could clearly perceive the overwhelming aura coming from the human race army that was about half a day's journey away from Great Evolution Pass. That aura was akin to an unsheathed blade that moved forward indomitably. It was extremely imposing and frightening. Although the territory lords had previously spouted various grand statements back in the meeting hall, they couldn't help grimacing slightly after sensing the approaching aura. Had the humans gone crazy? It was beyond unreasonable for them to attack so directly without the slightest intention to conceal their intentions. They were looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Seeing as the human army was about to arrive, the Black Ink clan did not remain idle. As the territory lords conveyed their orders to their subordinates, countless Black Ink clansmen sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the entire Great Evolution Pass felt as though a storm was coming. A chilling and murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire Great Pass as a result. Honored Master, this is bad. It's the human race army. Half a day later, Gong Lian suddenly let out a strange cry. Yanglai looked grim but remained silent. The truth was that he had already speculated about this outcome. That overwhelming yet disordered aura was clearly the forward march of an army. Besides, the only ones that could come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass was the Great Evolution Pass East-West Army. What is Xianxia trying to do? Is he courting death? Yanglai held the communication device in the palm of his hand and his divine sense surged, trying to communicate with the other party. However, he did not receive any response at all. Damn it! He cursed at Xianxia in his heart. What are the old ancestors thinking? I can't believe they allowed such a fool to serve as the Eastern Army's commander. The East-West Army is about to die under his leadership. How will the North-South Army deal with the fallout if the East-West Army is destroyed? Should they ignore the situation? Or do their best to rescue their comrades? Besides, doesn't the East-West Army know to investigate the situation at Great Evolution Pass before taking action? How can they be so reckless? They are looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Or did they just assume that there are not many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass? Yanglai had seen with his own eyes that there were nearly 1 million enemy troops in Great Evolution Pass. There was also a royal lord personally overseeing this area, so forget the East-West Army acting alone. Even if they gathered the strength of the Great Evolution Army, they would not be able to conquer Great Evolution Pass in a short time. What about the old ancestor? Even if the East-West Army wanted to act so reckless, why didn't the old ancestor overseeing the army stop them? There was too much off about this whole situation. Are you sure that it's the East-West Army? Although it was almost certain, it was necessary to verify the truth. Gong Lian nodded. I can see them now. There's no doubt it's a human army. Yanglai was heartbroken. A long while passed before he questioned, how many people? At this moment, he could only hope that the East-West Army had not committed all its forces to this attack. If that was the case, then the losses would not be too great. Gong Lian replied, tens of thousands. Yanglai couldn't stop himself from cursing angrily. That childish buffoon is not qualified to participate in strategic planning. Yanglai could already foresee the complete annihilation of the East-West Army. However, there's way too many people. There are at least 60,000 auras, Gong Lian replied. Startled, Yanglai turned to look at his disciple. Open your eyes wider and look harder. How many are there? Gong Lian shook his head. I can't give you an exact number, honored master. I might be discovered if I observe too closely, but I'm certain there is somewhere between 60,000 to 70,000 people. With Gong Lian speaking with such certainty, it could only mean that he had not seen wrongly. Yanglai was immediately confused. 60,000 to 70,000 people? Where did the 60,000 to 70,000 people come from? The forces of the East-West Army and the North-South Army should only contain around 30,000 soldiers each. Even if they combine their forces together, they would only have about 60,000. Since the army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, then it could only be the East-West Army. So how did their numbers double? Could it be that they combined forces with the North-South Army? But Mi Jinglun had not sent anybody to inform him about the situation. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is heading directly towards Great Evolution Pass. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is about to enter the attack range of Great Evolution Pass, but they are showing no signs of stopping. This is bad, honored master. The Black Ink clan has started attacking. The front lines of the East-West Army have suffered heavy casualties. This is bad, honored master. Every time Gong Lian shouted, Yang Lai's heart twisted in response. Despite being a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could barely withstand the shock at this moment. He was tempted to block out his ears so that he could not listen to his disciples' words, but even if he did not listen, the losses of the East-West Army were unavoidable. He even considered taking the risk to warn the East-West Army about the situation at Great Evolution Pass. However, he still carried a glimmer of hope that this was all part of the East-West Army's strategy. They had the protection of an old ancestor after all, so there might be a different result if it came down to a fight. Unfortunately, it seemed that those were nothing more than his wishful thoughts. Honored master, something is strange, Gong Lian suddenly observed. What? Yang Lai asked solemnly. There's something strange about the army. Although they are being attacked, none of them are fighting back. Tens of thousands of them have already fallen in such a short time, but there are no signs of them trying to resist. More importantly, there have been no traces indicating the deaths of Open Heaven Masters. After Gong Lian mentioned that, Yang Lai suddenly realized the oddity of the situation. That's right. Traces were generally left behind following the death of any Open Heaven Realm Master. Leaving aside those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, the phenomenon that followed the death of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely noticeable. Be that as it may, he had yet to sense the phenomenon that should have occurred following the death of a single high-rank Master. Tens of thousands of people had died on the battlefield, yet none of them had been a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. That did not make any sense. What's more, the auras of the Open Heaven Realm Masters simply faded away continuously with every death that occurred, which did not make any sense either. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan's attacks continued without pause. The various artifacts and spirit arrays that had been set up along the city walls in advance blasted out at full strength, turning into devastating destructive power that plowed through the human race army. Yang Lai could clearly perceive these movements. However, he could not sense any attacks coming from the human side. It seemed as though only the aftermath of the artifacts and spirit arrays raged across the battlefield. There was no eruption of world force at all. The East-West Army isn't fighting back. Why aren't they fighting back? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5203, the human race army was completely wiped out. Even just by watching from afar, both Yang Lai and his disciple could sense the abnormality of the human race army. Therefore, it was impossible that those powerful Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass had failed to detect the oddity. The truth was that they had noticed this abnormality much earlier than Yang Lai and his disciple. The human race army of 60,000 to 70,000 people had arrived with such an imposing force. Although the Black Ink clan seemed nonchalant about the matter on the surface, the truth was that they had responded to the attack with extreme prudence. Therefore, the Black Ink clan did not dispatch their troops to fight in the void. Their current strategy was similar to what the human race at Great Evolution Pass had done more than 30,000 years ago. They relied on the defenses of the Great Pass and used various artifacts and arrays to hit the human race army from afar. That was why the spirit arrays and artifacts set up across the walls began to blast out with countless attacks under the orders of the territory lords as soon as the human race army entered their attack range. The quality of these spirit arrays and artifacts could not be compared to those at any other great pass. Although their numbers were large, their strength was vastly inferior. That couldn't be helped though, as both artifact refiners and array masters were very rare among the Black Ink clan. Their only source of artifact refiners and array masters came from the Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Many Black Ink clansmen had devoted themselves to cultivating the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays over the years, but whether due to a difference in races or something else, the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays of the human race could not be perfectly mastered by the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen could never attain significant achievements in these Taos. Therefore, the quality of the refined artifacts and the prepared spirit arrays remained extremely low. It was only natural that their strength would not be too impressive either. Nevertheless, the preparations that spanned over 30,000 years resulted in a rather large number of spirit arrays and artifacts. According to the estimation of the territory lords, they might be able to cause some casualties to the human race army by borrowing the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts. Nonetheless, they expected the number of casualties to be low. The humans were not fools after all. They would naturally know how to construct defenses in preparation for their invasion. In any case, the most important factor was to take down the humans' arrogance by a notch. Contrary to their expectations though, when the war broke out, the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts achieved an unexpected effect that shocked the entire Black Ink clan. Under the shroud of the countless rays of light, the humans collapsed like flies and exploded upon death. The outcome both shocked and pleased the territory lords. Although they did not know why the human race was so weak and fragile, they were happy to see such an outcome. Nevertheless, as the human race army rapidly dwindled in number, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly strange. Faced with the overwhelming attack from the Black Ink clan, the human race army showed no intention of fighting back or even defending themselves. It did not matter how many people died, they simply bowed their heads and rushed forward in silence. It was almost as though they did not know how to write the word death. What bothered the territory lords the most was that there were no signs of the phenomena that should have come with the death of the human race. Besides that, where were the human warships? No matter which theater it was, the human race's greatest reliance after the great passes themselves had always been their warships that served both offensive and defensive roles. Although more than 30,000 years had passed since the last time Great Evolution Theater had experienced a real war, which territory lord among those that were present did not lead an army to provide reinforcements at Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass at least a dozen times over that period. Hence, they generally fought a battle against the human race every few hundred years. They all had a deep understanding of the strength of the warships used by the human race and would never forget such experiences. It was clearly unusual that there was not a single warship accompanying this human army of several tens of thousands. Less than an hour had passed since the human army entered the attack range of the Black Ink clan, but after such a brief period, only several thousand enemies remained from the original tens of thousands. Following an order from Hong Di, the endless humming of the spirit arrays and artifacts on the city walls slowly subsided. The various anomalies were far too obvious, so how could he fail to notice them? Even the other territory lords had noticed the oddness of the situation by now. Under the watch of the territory lords, the remaining few thousand troops of the human race army continued to march directly towards Great Evolution Pass and soon arrived within a few hundred kilometers of its walls. At this distance, the territory lords could clearly see some clues about the oddity of the situation. Hong Di frowned and reached out to grab at something in front of him. One of the human soldiers was captured by him and drawn over. The other territory lords observed with solemn expressions. The object in front of them contained no vitality at all. It was not a human at all, but rather some kind of puppet wearing a layer of clothes. Shockingly, this puppet was giving off the aura of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. It was conceivable that the entire human army of several tens of thousands was made up of similar puppets. It was just that their numbers were too great, and their combined aura was too powerful when they were gathered together, so that from far enough away, even the territory lords failed to notice anything strange. As a result, the Black Ink clan had mistakenly thought that the human race army was preparing to storm Great Evolution Pass. What are the humans trying to do? One of the territory lords was absolutely baffled. The other territory lords remained silent as none of them knew the intentions behind the actions of the human race. Hong Di quickly took charge. There must be a reason for this strange situation. It could not have been easy to refine tens of thousands of puppets. The humans must be plotting something to go through all this effort. We need to report this matter to the royal lord immediately. Saying so, he turned around and left with the puppet in his grasp. It was evident that he was going to meet the royal lord. Outside Great Evolution Pass, where Xianxia was hiding with his disciple, Gong Lian observed with a frown, "Honored master, the human army has been completely annihilated." That news would normally have been enough to send anybody into despair. However, at this point, Xianxia had calmed down considerably after noticing that something was strange about the situation. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could be certain that this was part of the East-West Army's strategy. Just as he made the decision to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship and contact Mi Jingluan to ask about this matter, a subtle reaction came from the communication bead in his possession. He quickly took out the communication bead and focused his mind on it. It was an unfamiliar divine sense claiming to be Yang Kai from the East-West Army of Great Evolution Pass. This person also claimed to have military information to report and asked him for his location. Xianxia had been waiting for the East-West Army to contact him, so now that they finally made contact, he immediately told the other party about his location. A short while later, a figure silently sped over from a distance. It was not until that figure was within a mere 1,000 kilometers of Xianxia that he noticed its presence. This was an amazing feat that also indicated just how extraordinary this person's ability to conceal his aura was. Xianxia continuously guided the other party towards his location. After a short search, Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment where Xianxia and his Gong Lian were hiding and couldn't help feeling startled. Army Commander Xianxia is bold. From this position, Yang Kai could clearly see the situation at Great Evolution Pass as it was only about 30,000 kilometers away from Great Pass. Yang Kai had not encountered any difficulties along his journey, but he did waste a lot of time in order to avoid the Black Ink clan scouts that were patrolling the surrounding areas. That was why he only managed to contact Xianxia now. Upon arriving at the universe fragment, he did not see Xianxia anywhere. Just as he was feeling confused, he felt a weak energy fluctuation coming from nearby and received another message from Xianxia on the communication bead at the same time. Yang Kai immediately understood and headed in that direction. It didn't take long before he passed through a spirit array and came to a hidden spot. There were two people in front of him. One of them was a burly red-headed old man, while the other was a young man who looked no older than himself. However, for some reason, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the word lazy when he looked at the young man. The young man's entire body seemed to be radiating a lethargic and carefree aura. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Yang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. "Are you from the East-West Army?" Xianxia examined Yang Kai carefully. "Yes." Yang Kai replied. "Why does it feel as though Army Commander Yang is barely holding back his anger? What military information does Xianxia have for me? Why hasn't the East-West Army met up with the North-South Army?" Xianxia questioned grimly. Yang Kai explained, "The East-West Army will not be rendezvousing with the North-South Army for the time being. There have been some changes to the original plans." Xianxia forced himself to calm down and patiently asked, "Explain the situation." Therefore, Yang Kai reiterated his previous conversation with Mi Jingluan. Xianxia originally listened with a gloomy look on his face, but his expression was changing constantly as time passed. When he finally understood the whole plan, his displeased expression finally relaxed. "I knew it." I was wondering how Xianxia could be so stupid. So that's how it is. He rubbed his chin. In other words, the army of 70,000 that the Black Ink clan annihilated just now were merely puppets. Yang Kai was taken aback. This junior felt some movements coming from Great Evolution Pass just now. Was that the annihilation of the puppets? Yang Lai nodded. Those 70,000 or so puppets have almost been wiped out completely. Pausing for a moment, he abruptly continued, now that we have attracted the attention of the Black Ink clan, the East-West army must have made their move, right? This junior does not know, but since Army Commander Xianxia has a plan in place, I'm sure he will have arranged the timing perfectly. In addition, when this junior separated from Senior Me earlier, Senior Me instructed me to ask whether the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass was showing signs of mobilizing. Yang Lai nodded. The Black Ink clan gathered nearly 1 million troops in Great Evolution Pass recently. Even the Royal Lord rushed over to oversee this place in person. After saying that, he couldn't help snorting softly. Xianxia, that old fox. He lured the Royal Lord here but led the army to attack the Black Ink clan territory instead. I wonder just how mad the Royal Lord will be when he learns about it. Yang Kai said nothing. At this point, combined with the information he learned recently, he was beginning to form a clear understanding of the plan designed by Xianxia. Thus, he was filled with a sense of admiration. If Mi Jingluan's inference was correct, then this series of plans was all a result of encountering the Black Ink clan's 300,000 reinforcements. It might be that Xianxia thought up this new strategy when he first discovered the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army, and all his actions afterwards were in preparation to carry it out. This plan might have been made up on the spot, but the preparations taken during the march of the army were enough to make it foolproof. It was truly a blessing for the Great Evolution Army to have such a far-sighted army commander. It was just as Yang Lai mentioned earlier. Xianxia had lured the Royal Lord to Great Evolution Pass but led his army to attack the Black Ink clan's territory instead. The Black Ink clansmen left behind to oversee their domain were surely in for an unpleasant surprise. Mi Jingluan was amazing too. He had managed to deduce the East-West Army's plan with only a few clues. Compared with these old foxes who had lived on the Black Ink battlefield and fought the Black Ink clan for countless years, Yang Kai felt like a blank slate of naivety. Nevertheless, as just one of the soldiers of the human race army, Yang Kai did not need to consider too much. With his current cultivation and status, all he needed to consider was how to lead Dawn so that he could kill more enemies on the battlefield. As for the big picture and the deployment of troops, he could leave such matters to the people above him. It might be that he would only be eligible to participate in various high-level decisions once he advanced to the Eighth Order. Martial Peak Chapter 5204, The Panicked Royal Lord. Inside the main conference hall of Great Evolution Pass, the Royal Lord remained seated on the throne of bones as usual. In addition, there were more than a dozen territory lords lined up on both sides below him. More than 30 territory lords had currently gathered at Great Evolution Pass. In order to confront the human race army of 70,000 that came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, nearly 2/3 of the territory lords had been deployed to defend the walls under Hongdi's leadership. Meanwhile, the other third of the territory lords stayed in the main hall and quietly waited for news. The current arrangement was due to the presence of a large human race army hiding nearby, in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Nobody knew when this particular human race army would appear, so the Black Ink clan had to conserve a certain amount of strength for their defenses. They originally thought that the human army would march on them from both sides and attack Great Evolution Pass in a pincer maneuver, but contrary to their expectations, only one side experienced a fierce battle while the other remained completely silent. There was no news from the human race army stationed closer to Azure Void Pass, let alone any information on where they were hidden. If the Royal Lord made a move personally, he might have been able to discover the hiding spot of the human race army. However, his opponent was destined to be the human old ancestor, so he had to conserve his energy before that battle. While the territory lords were silently discussing matters regarding the human race army's movements amongst themselves, Hongdi barged into the hall in a hurry. The discussion among the territory lords came to an abrupt halt, and they swiftly glanced towards Hongdi. Hongdi bowed deeply. Royal Lord, the human race army was fake. All 70,000 of the soldiers were mere puppets dressed up to look real. Moreover, they are extremely weak. Almost the entire army has been annihilated by now. While speaking, he tossed the captured puppet in his hand to the ground. The territory lords looked down in shock. The entire human race army of 70,000 was fake? They were just puppets? Meanwhile, the royal lord sitting on the throne opened his eyes slightly with a confused expression. He might be a royal lord with overwhelming power, but he was not a spy hiding among the human race, so it was naturally impossible for him to figure out what the humans were trying to do with the little information he had on hand. More importantly, if the human race army was made up of mere puppets in disguise, where was the real human army? Throughout the years, the Black Ink clan had deeply suffered from the treachery of the human race on countless occasions. Seeing how the humans were willing to go to such lengths to refine so many puppets just to draw their attention, there was clearly some sort of conspiracy going on. The royal lord vaguely felt a sense of unease coursing through him. At that moment, a feudal lord ran into the conference hall from the outside, shouting and stumbling around in a panic, "Sir Hongdi, this subordinate has received an urgent report." Hongdi turned to look in that direction and discovered that it was the feudal lord in charge of overseeing the Black Ink nest and gathering information from the entire theater. Seeing how panicked the other party looked, it was evident that something major had occurred. Hongdi turned back to the royal lord with a look of inquiry in his eye, and after receiving permission from the royal lord, he asked solemnly, "What is it?" The feudal lord bowed and reported the situation. "A moment ago, I received news from the Xianxia territory lord's Black Ink nest. In his territory, they discovered a large number of people suspected to be a human army composed of some 30,000 people in total." "What?" Xianxia turned pale in shock and jumped up in horror. He had fled across the void for more than a year without any rest and finally escaped to Great Evolution Pass. Afterwards, he received an order from the royal lord and returned to his territory, hastily gathered an army of some 30,000, and brought them to Great Evolution Pass to help defend it. It was precisely because his territory was relatively close to Great Evolution Pass that he arrived fairly quickly. In fact, the royal lord had gathered all the territory lords whose territories were located on the periphery of Great Evolution Pass. That was the only way the Black Ink clan army could have gathered so many troops at Great Evolution Pass so quickly. Of course, it wasn't as though the territory lords in the deeper areas remained idle with nothing better to do. Every one of them had gathered a force of between 20,000 to 30,000 and set out towards Great Evolution Pass. Their task was to temporarily take over the territories that were currently without a territory lord and remain there on standby. Although Xianxia was not stationed in his own territory and a force of some 30,000 had been deployed to Great Evolution Pass, there was another territory lord from a different territory temporarily overseeing his domain, so Xianxia's territory was not completely defenseless. Nevertheless, against a human race army of 30,000, the ability of a single Black Ink clan territory to resist was minimal at best. The Black Ink clan had an extensive understanding of the composition of the human race armies. For an army consisting of 30,000 soldiers, there would be at least a few dozen 8th Order masters among their ranks, and although their overall numbers were few, each human was an elite. In this aspect, the human race was very different from the Black Ink clan, whose strength varied greatly from individual to individual. Moreover, the humans also had warships. That was why Xianxia immediately became anxious when he heard that an army of 30,000 had appeared in his territory. He abruptly recalled the human race army he encountered on the way to Wind and Cloud Pass and couldn't help wondering. That army also had a force of 30,000. Could there be such a coincidence? If it really was the army he encountered the other day, then the territory lord overseeing his territory at this moment had probably already met a disastrous fate. Forget the several dozen 8th Order masters, that army even had a 9th Order old ancestor leading them. What about now? Where is the human race army now? Zhicheng asked anxiously. The feudal lord shook his head. I don't know. We lost contact with the Black Ink Nest in Sir Zhicheng's territory after we received the report regarding the sighting of the human race army. Furthermore, according to the reports from the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest, the mid-grade Black Ink Nest at Sir Zhicheng territory can no longer be contacted. Even the traces of its existence have been erased. Zhicheng immediately turned pale and slumped down in his chair. A Black Ink Nest, owned by a territory lord, could no longer be contacted, and even the traces of its existence had been erased from the network. In this case, there was only one possibility: it had been destroyed. The feudal lord who reported the situation earlier mentioned that he received the report not long ago. In other words, not much time had elapsed between the appearance of the human race army and the destruction of the territory lord Black Ink Nest. Therefore, there was an extremely high possibility that it was the work of the human army under the command of the old ancestor. There could be no other reason for Zhicheng's mid-rank ink nest to be destroyed so quickly. The humans' plan was to lure the tiger from the mountain. Hong Di snarled through gritted teeth. They used those puppets to distract us and make us think that they were attacking the Great Pass when in reality, their goal was not Great Evolution Pass but our territories. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other territory lords who initially just sympathized with Zhicheng's situation immediately panicked. They had initially rejoiced slightly when they heard that Zhicheng's Black Ink Nest had been destroyed, feeling thankful that the human army had not invaded their homes. Otherwise, the unlucky ones would have been them instead. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Zhicheng's Black Ink Nest was simply the first to be destroyed, while it would not be the last. The Black Ink Nests were the foundation of the entire Black Ink clan. If they were all destroyed, then it would be impossible for them to spawn new clansmen. They would eventually lose their numerical advantage against the human race in the war if that happened, and defeat would become inevitable. Although a territory lord's Black Ink Nest could be produced by the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest, the birth of each and every territory lord Black Ink Nest required an exorbitant price in exchange. If too many mid-rank Black Ink Nests were destroyed, the territory lords would need to wait a very long time before they could obtain new ones. If the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest was destroyed, the territory lords couldn't help shuddering in fear, not daring to let their thoughts continue down that road. On the other hand, a sudden and thunderous rumble resounded throughout the conference hall before Hong Di could even finish his sentence. The rumbling sound was accompanied by a black shadow shooting out at the same time. The territory lords looked in that direction only to see that the royal lord, who had been sitting on the throne of bones, was now nowhere to be seen. The dark shadow that rushed past them earlier was none other than the royal lord himself. Although he had remained as calm as a mountain since coming to Great Evolution Pass, he could no longer keep his composure after hearing that the human race army had destroyed the territory belonging to one of his subordinate territory lords. He had evidently realized the dire consequences that would follow if his high-rank Black Ink Nest was destroyed. Therefore, he had to prevent that from happening at all costs. It was fortunate that he still had some time. Having only just stepped foot into the Black Ink clan territory for the first time, the human race was surely not familiar with the topography, so it would not be easy for them to locate the royal city in short order. In the next moment, the royal lord's order spread to the ears of the territory lords. Half of the army will remain here to guard Great Evolution Pass. The other half will set off for the royal city at full speed. The territory lords who received the order hurriedly gathered together to discuss the situation. The royal lord had not mentioned any names in his command, so they had to come up with a plan to decide who would stay and protect Great Evolution Pass and who would head towards the royal city. Needless to say, everybody would prefer to remain at Great Evolution Pass, for it was much safer here. If they set off for the royal city now, there was no saying whether they would encounter the human army on the way. Who could resist against the strength of the human old ancestor if that happened? Nevertheless, they neither dared to disobey the command of the royal lord nor drag their feet in this matter. After a series of compromises and concessions, they soon came up with a plan. Out of the 30 or so territory lords, Half of them would remain at Great Evolution Pass under Hongdi's leadership. Great Evolution Pass was originally Hongdi's territory, so it stood to reason he should remain. That was an advantage that the other territory lords did not have. Meanwhile, the other half of the territory lords departed for the royal city under Zhichang's leadership. It did not take long for the Black Ink clan army at Great Evolution Pass to start moving as the territory lords summoned their respective armies. In the vast void, the royal lord flew in the direction of the royal city at a terrifying speed. He had to return to the royal city immediately, otherwise, it would be too late if the human army arrived before him. If his black ink nest was destroyed, then all the black ink nests in this entire theater would wither and die as well. The Black Ink clan would be powerless to replenish their forces if that were to happen, and that would effectively guarantee their extinction in the not-so-distant future. The royal lord never imagined that the human race would be so bold. When he predicted that the humans were coming to retake Great Evolution Pass, he immediately gathered many territory lords and deployed various defenses in preparation for the confrontation. Contrary to his expectations, the humans seemed to have no intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever. They simply sent out an army of puppets to distract him while their real army marched directly into the Black Ink clan territory. They made a fool of me. The royal lord was filled with fury. Along the way, he suddenly raised his hand and dense black ink strength condensed and twisted in the palm of his hand, gradually transforming into the shape of a miniature black ink nest. This was not an actual black ink nest, but he could borrow its power to communicate with his own high-rank black ink nest and then issue commands to the other territory lords through it. The human race army with a force of 30,000 soldiers had already appeared in the Black Ink clan's territory. There was bound to be an old ancestor and a few dozen Eighth Order masters among their ranks. With such strength, it was impossible to repel the humans with the military strength of a single territory alone. The only way for the Black Ink clan to stand a fighting chance was if they rallied together at one spot. In this case, the royal city was the battlefield chosen by the royal lord. That was because the human race would surely target the royal city. Regardless of whether they knew about the secrets behind the black ink nests or not, they were bound to aim for the destruction of his high-rank black ink nest as their biggest goal. If he wanted to protect his black ink nest, then he had to gather the strength of all the territory lords under his command. However, doing so would completely deprive the other territories of any troops even if the royal city did not suffer any consequences. In other words, the Black Ink clan would be abandoning a vast swath of their territory. There would be countless slaughtered Black Ink clansmen and destroyed Black Ink nests as a result of this decision. Despite being completely heartbroken by the losses, the royal lord had no other choice. He had never imagined that the human race would be so cunning and difficult to handle without the constraints of a great pass. Martial Peak, Chapter 5205, The Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass has moved out. A long time ago, this particular royal lord had discovered an interesting fact. That was the impact of the Great Passes on the human race. It was undeniable that the Great Passes provided great help to the human race over countless years. By borrowing the power of these Great Passes, the humans managed to guard their land and prevent the Black Ink clan from moving forward despite their much smaller numbers. No matter how strong the individual strength of each human, it would have been difficult for them to hold the line without the Great Passes. However, these Great Passes that provided such significant assistance to the human race were also a form of restriction and constraint. These Great Passes had effectively locked them up inside a prison because they did not dare to abandon their positions and move around freely. It could be said that their reliance on the Great Passes was extremely strong. As a result, all the wars throughout history had always been initiated by the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the humans had always relied upon the strength of the Great Passes to defend against the attacks. This long-standing situation on the battlefield was with very few exceptions. It was not until today, when the human race traveled great distances across the void in order to recover the Great Evolution Pass that was lost 30,000 years ago, that the royal lord finally understood what kind of threat the human race could pose towards the Black Ink clan once they were freed from the constraints of the Great Passes. The human army came from afar, acting as though they were charging straight towards Great Evolution Pass. Nobody could have imagined that it was just an army of puppets. On the contrary, the actual human army had already invaded the Black Ink clan's territory. The humans successfully deceived both the royal lord and the territory lords, causing their attention to be focused on Great Evolution Pass and lowering their guard in other areas. Despite standing in opposing positions, the royal lord could not help admiring the decisiveness of the humans. Faced with such an opponent, a difficult battle was unavoidable. At this moment, the royal lord could only hope that his message would be delivered in time and that the Black Ink clan's losses would not be too severe. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai continued after reporting the current situation to Yang Lai. Senior Me instructed this junior to report back on the current situation as soon as possible. If you do not have any other orders for me, Senior Yang, this junior will return first. Yang Lai nodded lightly. Before Yang Lai could speak though, Gong Lian, who had been silent ever since Yang Kai arrived, suddenly shouted with a drastic change of expression, "Quiet! Conceal your aura." Yang Lai immediately withdrew his aura into his body and became as still as a piece of driftwood. Although Yang Kai did not understand the sudden turn of events, his reaction was very fast and he quickly concealed his aura. No more than 10 breaths of time after Gong Lian spoke, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from Great Evolution Pass and charged straight into the depths of the void. The figure rushing out from Great Evolution Pass moved at an astonishing speed, brushing past them and speeding off into the distance, crossing less than 10,000 kilometers away from their hiding spot. Yang Kai looked down and did not move. If his perception was not wrong, the aura that just passed them by belonged to the royal lord. This place was concealed by a spirit array and a barrier, so even without Gong Lian's warning, the royal lord might not have discovered them if he was not paying attention. Be that as it may, concealing their auras was an additional layer of protection for them. There was no saying what flaws the royal lord might notice if he happened to glance in their direction by accident. Yang Kai glanced at Gong Lian in surprise. He did not know this young man, but this person had given him a strong impression of being lazy and carefree during their first meeting. Nevertheless, Gong Lian was not weak. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Just his ability to detect the royal lord's movements in advance was shocking enough. What's more, Yang Kai did not sense him activating any kind of divine sense or secret technique whatsoever. How did he detect the royal lord's movements and warn us in time? The royal lord might have disappeared into the distance, but the three of them did not dare to act recklessly. They did not know whether the royal lord would suddenly turn around and return the way he came. Therefore, they remained as still as possible. They didn't even dare to reveal the slightest hint of disturbance from their divine senses, so they could only communicate with their eyes. Yang Lai shot a look at Yang Kai, most likely telling him that there was no need to rush to report to Mi Jinglun. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. An incense stick passed just like that, and only when the royal lord showed no signs of returning did Yang Lai finally sigh in relief and softly whisper, "It looks like the East-West army has begun moving." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Only the news that the East-West army had taken action could have made the royal lord leave in such a hurry. While speaking, Yang Lai raised his head and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. The East-West army had taken action, and the royal lord had left, so would the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass remain quiet? As soon as that thought passed through his mind, he quickly said, "Move back a little." At the same time, he hurriedly removed the concealment that had been set up here and began to withdraw together with Yang Kai and Gong Lian. They retreated some 20,000 kilometers before they stopped. This position was basically the limit of where they could observe the movements of Great Evolution Pass without worrying about being discovered by the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. Only then did Yang Lai turn to look at Yang Kai. "Go back and report everything you witnessed to Mi Jinglun. This old master will stay here and continue to gather information." Yang Kai cupped his fist and responded, "Senior Me also asked that you continue gathering information and monitoring when the Black Ink clan would depart from Great Evolution Pass, Senior Yang." Yang nodded. This old master will be fine. Go now. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and rush off into the distance. His movements might alert those in Great Evolution Pass if he activated the universe transference law at this position, therefore he planned to withdraw further before doing so. A short while later, Yang Kai formed a set of hand seals and activated the universe transference law somewhere in the void. The array lit up beneath his feet, and after waiting for a moment, a bright light erupted and enveloped him. He felt the world spinning around him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the purifying black ink battleship of the North-South Army. Approximately 10 breaths later, Yang Kai met up with Mi Jinglun aboard the purifying black ink battleship and gave a report on the situation with Yang Lai. Mi Jinglun and several other 8th Order Division commanders nodded after listening to the report, with one of the 8th Order masters observing, "It's just as you predicted, Senior Brother Mi. The Black Ink Clan has been gathering its troops at Great Evolution Pass." Mi Jinglun nodded. The East-West Army has painstakingly arranged for this situation to occur. Even we could not have known in advance whether the Black Ink Clan would be fooled, but in any case, the Royal Lord has left Great Evolution Pass. The East-West Army must have done something for him to leave in such a rush. I'm afraid the nearly million-strong Black Ink Army guarding Great Evolution Pass will mobilize soon. With a snap of his fan, he continued, "Give the order. Each squad and battalion is to summon their warships and travel at full speed. We need to arrive at the predetermined ambush location within 3 days." In order to hide better, the North-South Army had stored away all their warships except the purifying black ink battleship. Then, they searched for a suitable place to launch an ambush. However, in this situation, there was no need to hide anything anymore. The East-West Army had already made their move, so the rest was completely up to the North-South Army. If the North-South Army could successfully stop the Black Ink Clan Army coming from Great Evolution Pass, then the East-West Army would not be attacked from behind. On the other hand, if the North-South Army failed to stop the Black Ink Clan, then the East-West Army was bound to suffer heavy casualties. The success of the entire plan hinged on the North-South Army getting the timing right, so they had to travel as quickly as possible. The orders were conveyed throughout the army, and the soldiers who had been in hiding all this time immediately summoned their respective warships. In an instant, a huge fleet took shape and sailed out of their hiding place in a mighty procession. It just so happened that there was a Black Ink Clan search party in the void nearby. They had received orders from Great Evolution Pass and had been scouting in this direction for traces of the possible presence of the human race army. Unfortunately, their search had not been fruitful despite many days of effort. They never expected to detect a large number of energy fluctuations out of nowhere. The feudal lord in the lead took a good look and immediately became dumbfounded. A mighty fleet had suddenly appeared in the void that had been empty just a moment ago. "The human army!" One of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen in the team exclaimed in shock. There was no need to say anything though, for as soon as the feudal lord laid his eyes on this fleet, he knew that it was the target that the territory lords had been searching for. "Let's go!" The feudal lord shouted and turned around to lead his subordinates away. He had to report this information as soon as possible, no matter what happened. Just as they turned around to retreat though, one of the larger warships suddenly released numerous flashes of lights and brilliant divine abilities rained down on them. The terrifying power swept outward like the waves of a stormy sea, swallowing up the Black Ink Clan squad within its deathly embrace. When the dust settled, the entire Black Ink Clan team had practically been annihilated on the spot. Only the feudal lord survived. Although he was alive, he was in a terrible condition and his aura was flickering weakly. He didn't even dare to look back as dense black fog erupted from his body and he hurriedly fled the scene. Aboard the warship, an 8th Order Division commander coldly snorted but showed no intention to pursue the other party. As far as the current situation was concerned, there was no need to conceal their presence any longer now that the North-South Army had decided to act. Even if a feudal lord escaped, how could he affect the situation in any way? Besides, after taking a direct hit from that divine ability, He would not survive for long even if he wasn't dead yet. Everywhere the North-South Army passed, the Black Ink clan was annihilated on the spot. These Black Ink clan scouts had been searching for traces of the North-South Army, but they never imagined that the moment they caught a glimpse of the humans would also be the moment of their deaths. Approximately an incense stick after Yang Kai arrived back, Gong Lian also returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and rushed straight towards the conference hall. "Where is your honored master?" Mi Jingluan glanced behind Gong Lian but did not see Yang Lai. Gong Lian replied, "Honored master says he wishes to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan army and confirm the direction of their march so that we can find the best opportunity to strike." Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed. "Has the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass begun to move?" Gong Lian nodded. Before this junior returned, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass dispatched around 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. They are marching towards the Black Ink clan's territory. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander observed, 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. In other words, half of the Black Ink clan forces at Great Evolution Pass. Mi Jingluan smiled. "It looks like the Black Ink clan has not forgotten us. Leaving behind half of their forces is clearly a precaution against our army. They are afraid that we might take the opportunity to attack Great Evolution Pass." The 8th Order Division commander who spoke earlier immediately broke into a smile. "The Black Ink clan probably never imagined that we have no intentions of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever." It was evident that the human race army had traveled across a great distance to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, one of the armies had charged straight into the Black Ink clan's territory to wreak havoc while the other army was planning to intercept the Black Ink clan army marching out from Great Evolution Pass. They were completely ignoring the Great Pass itself. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5206, He's the one who should be careful. In accordance with the order from the Royal Lord, half of the Black Ink clan army was dispatched from Great Evolution Pass to head towards the Royal City. At the same time, a figure quietly followed the army from approximately 50,000 kilometers away. That person was none other than Yang Lai. Yang Kai and Gong Lian had returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship in quick succession to deliver information to the other side, so Yang Lai was acting alone. Now that he was on his own, his movements were even more covert than before. In any case, the Black Ink clan were completely unaware that an 8th Order master was monitoring their movements from so close, so he had no reason to worry about his presence being discovered whatsoever. The East-West Army had already taken action in the Black Ink clan territory. As for the North-South Army, Mi Jinglun would surely lead it to intercept the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass after receiving a detailed report. It was just that the North-South Army had only just arrived here not long ago. Given that they were not familiar with the terrain of this theater, choosing a suitable battlefield would be difficult. By following the march of the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass, Yang Lai would be able to grasp their movements instantly. When the timing was right, he could then return directly to the North-South Army and guide the army in the right direction himself. On the other side, the East-West Army headed by Xianxia and Lu Zhiping was sailing rapidly through Black Ink clan territory. The speed of the warships had been adjusted to the highest, so the huge fleet streaked across the void like a river of lights. The 30,000 troops of the East-West Army arrived at the first Black Ink clan territory several days ago. This Black Ink clan territory was guarded by a territory lord, tens of thousands of strong Black Ink clansmen who were battle-worthy, and hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous Black Ink clansmen who were not worth counting as combat forces. Be that as it may, these forces were as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of the imposing East-West Army. Xianxia had personally taken action, and within just a half cup of tea's time, the territory lord was beheaded and the Black Ink clan's combat forces were annihilated. As for the miscellaneous Black Ink clansmen, they were swiftly mopped up with very few escaping. Likewise, the mid-grade Black Ink nest was also destroyed quickly. The entire Black Ink clan territory was turned into a dead zone, and the severed remains of the Black Ink clan could be seen everywhere. Moreover, Black Ink strength that spilled out into the void due to the deaths of so many Black Ink clansmen condensed into huge Black Ink clouds that covered the entire void. The human race army didn't even stop to loot the battlefield. They immediately moved forward after razing this entire Black Ink clan territory and continued their march deeper. This was the time to focus on speed. According to the original plan, the Royal Lord should have been lured to Great Evolution Pass. So if the East-West Army could take the opportunity of the Royal Lord's absence to obliterate the Royal City and destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest, then it would only be a matter of time before they ruthlessly wiped out the entire Black Ink clan in this theater. That was why the East-West Army's only goal was to destroy the Royal Lord Black Ink nest. During the attack on the previous Territory Lord's territory, the old ancestor had personally entered the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest and followed the information Yang Kai provided earlier to communicate with the consciousness of the Black Ink nests in order to ascertain the location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Yang Kai used this method to locate the positions of the Territory Lord Black Ink nests when he was raising chaos in the rear of the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater back then. He later reported this information to the Yinyang Pass old ancestor, so it was only natural that she knew about this method. Seeing as it was something that Yang Kai could accomplish, there was no reason she would fail. Furthermore, she had a much easier time than him in this task. With the help of the mid-grade Black Ink nest, the old ancestor quickly located the approximate location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Fortuitously, the direction in which the East-West Army was now marching happened to be this exact location. The East-West Army encountered some feudal lord fiefs along the way, but they did not delay their progress. In fact, they showed no intent to attack whatsoever. Nevertheless, Xianxia and the others soon discovered a problem. There were practically no Black Ink clansmen worth mentioning in these territories. According to the information provided by Yang Kai earlier, there would always be several feudal lords overseeing a mature feudal lord fief. In addition, there should be no shortage of high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, with even more Black Ink serfs. In this way, a feudal lord could easily gather hundreds of subordinates whenever the territory lords summoned their armies. Meanwhile, the armies of the feudal lords would continuously merge together and grow stronger to become an army under the command of the territory lords. However, the territories the East-West Army crossed were not only devoid of feudal lords, but even high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were nowhere to be seen. There were only weak Black Ink clan serfs who were born from the Black Ink nest not too long ago and had no strength to traverse the void. This situation was within the East-West Army's expectations. The rate at which the information spread throughout the Black Ink clan was far too fast. The Black Ink nests were basically nodes in a giant information network that the Black Ink clan could use to deliver messages instantaneously amongst themselves. Whenever there was any news, the Black Ink clan could swiftly relay the information throughout the entire theater by borrowing the power of this network of Black Ink nests. News of the East-West Army's appearance in the Black Ink clan and the destruction of a territory lord's territory had already become widespread. The Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater were surely aware of those incidents by now. Xianxia and others originally wanted the army to march forward as quickly as possible so that they could rush to the royal city and destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest, but judging by the current situation, the Black Ink clan's response had made this plan somewhat difficult to implement. The Black Ink clan in those feudal lord fiefs along their way must have received the news and all rushed towards the royal city. That was why only miscellaneous serfs with no real strength were left behind. It could be predicted that the East-West Army would be greeted by a mighty Black Ink clan army when they arrived at the royal city. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia's expression was the same as usual. The Black Ink clan had responded faster than he predicted, but this situation was also within his expectations. Besides, it was also a situation that the East-West Army had deliberately created. If they wanted to recover Great Evolution Pass, then they needed to deal a severe blow to the Black Ink clan first. That was the only way to give the Great Evolution Army enough time to restore the various defenses in Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, it would be a useless endeavor to simply occupy Great Evolution Pass. The situation would be rather unfavorable for the East-West Army if the Black Ink clan wanted to confront them at the royal city. However, it should not be a huge issue as long as the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass did not come and add trouble from their rear. A scout came to report that a territory lord's territory was found ahead. However, after the scouts investigated the area, the situation in this domain was the same as the feudal lord fiefs they encountered before. All the powerful Black Ink clansmen were gone, and only the miscellaneous serfs without much strength were left behind. After the scout withdrew, Xianxia finally spoke. It looks like the Black Ink clan is planning to confront us at the royal city. Lu Zhiping nodded lightly. Since that's the case, it's better if the old ancestor travels ahead. The Black Ink clan army is coming from various directions to gather in the direction of the royal city, and the royal lord will also need some time to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the royal city. If the old ancestor leaves now, she might stand a chance to destroy the royal lord Black Ink nest before the enemy can muster a resistance. Although the East-West army was marching rapidly, their speed could not compare to the speed of the old ancestor traveling on her own. It was just as Lu Zhiping mentioned. The Black Ink clan army was gathering from various directions towards the royal city, so it would take them some time to assemble. Moreover, the royal lord was currently absent from the royal city, so the old ancestor would be unparalleled and unmatched if she rushed there right now. The old ancestor sitting next to Lu Zhiping smiled at those words though and shook her head. No. Although I have roughly determined the position of the high-rank Black Ink nest with the help of the previous Black Ink nest, it is still unclear how far away or exactly where it is located. Even if I move alone, it will take some time for me to search for the target. Besides, the royal lord is on his way back to the royal city. What if the East-West army encounters him when I am absent? The East-West army had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 30,000 troops. While they were not afraid of being completely wiped out by the royal lord, or even repelling him, the casualties they would suffer would be extremely severe if the old ancestor was absent. If nothing else, at least 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were likely to lose their lives just to force the royal lord back. The Great Evolution Army had a total of 60,000 people, but they would need their forces to guard Great Evolution Pass in the future, so minimizing their losses was pivotal to their long-term strategy. Lu Zhiping immediately fell silent and said nothing more after listening to the old ancestor's reasoning. Xianxia said, "In that case, let's proceed with the original plan." The East-West army will ignore the Black Ink clan and charge straight towards the royal city. Since the Black Ink clan wishes to confront us there, we should heed their wishes. In the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan, strategy was the biggest factor that determined the success or failure of the war. Nevertheless, being strong enough to defeat one's enemies was the ultimate guarantee of victory. The words had just left Xianxia's mouth when the old ancestor sitting beside him abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. Her bright eyes seemed to penetrate across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. Immediately after that, she smiled and said, "I can't believe he found us." Xianxia's expression turned serious. "Is it the royal lord?" The old ancestor nodded lightly. Is he simply passing by? Or are his actions intentional?" The old ancestor pondered in silence for a while before grinning. He did not bother to conceal his aura. It would seem that his actions were intentional. Very smart of him. It was evident that the royal lord was worried that the old ancestor might charge directly towards the royal city, and based on time and distance, he might not be able to stop her if that were to happen. As such, from the moment he departed from Great Evolution Pass, while the royal lord had been heading directly in the direction of the royal city, most of his attention had been fixated upon finding the human race army. With the help of the Black Ink nests scattered all over the theater, it was not difficult for him to roughly follow the movements of the human army, which was why he came to confront them directly. If the old ancestor had not gone directly to the royal city, then that would be the best-case scenario. He could intercept her along the way and gain more time for the armies of the Black Ink clan to gather. If she had gone directly to the royal city, then it would be too late for him to rush back now, but since the human army would no longer have her protection, then they were no threat to him. He could massacre them and severely damage their forces to make up for the losses of the royal city. That was undoubtedly the most sensible approach, and by taking it, it could be inferred that this royal lord was no fool. The old ancestor had clearly considered the same reasoning, which was why she had disagreed with Lu Zhiping's previous proposal asking her to go on ahead of them. While speaking, she stood up. "Since he is looking for me, I will go and greet him." Xianxia quickly said, "Old ancestor, please be careful." To which she snickered, "He's the one who should be careful." Having guarded Yinyang Pass for tens of thousands of years, she had fought with a royal lord countless times. Under normal circumstances, both supreme masters would hold back in their attacks since neither of them stood a decent chance of killing the other. Naturally, there were occasions when they lost their tempers and fought ferociously, but in the end, both parties would at most be severely injured from the fight. They would then need to rest and recuperate until their next battle. However, today was different. If the human race wanted to retake Great Evolution Pass as quickly as possible, then they would need to struggle desperately in this fight. It could be said that the old ancestor was planning to face the royal lord with the sole intention of bringing the battle to a draw where both sides were severely injured. When Xianxia first made his plans, he had intended to lure the royal lord out of the royal city so that the royal lord could not use the power of the black ink nest to heal his wounds. It would now seem that the plan was not going to work. If the royal lord wanted to set the battlefield at the royal city to obtain the geographical advantage there, then there was nothing the Great Evolution Army could do to stop him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5207, There's News. A few days away from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army was moving through the void, hurrying to the spot designated for the ambush. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had scouted the place beforehand, and according to him, there was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to pass through this spot if they were to send their army. However, there were no guarantees when it came to such things. Their likelihood of success hinged on how lucky they were. The North-South Army had originally hidden in the direction of Azure Void Pass, so they had to move at lightning speed. From the looks of it, their path took them to a place between Great Evolution Pass and the Black Ink clan's territory. Several days passed by in a flash. In the conference hall aboard a purifying black ink battleship, Mi Jingluan and the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge, were all silent. It was as if they were waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gong Lian was leaning against a pillar on the side with a blank look in his eyes. His mind was wandering as usual. Yang Kai was on the other side with a communication bead in his hand. He kept pouring his divine sense into it to try and get in touch with Ouyang Lai. Previously, when Yang Kai came from beyond Great Evolution Pass and returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship, Ouyang Lai had to stay back to keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements at Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan were to send forth their troops, then the North-South Army and the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass would inevitably cross paths. The distance between them would decrease as time went on, and he would surely be able to get in touch with Ouyang Lai once more. Still no news. One of the 8th Order Division commanders turned to Yang Kai all of a sudden. Yang Kai shook his head. Not yet. The 8th Order Division commander frowned. Judging by how long it's been, it should be any time now. We should have been able to get in touch with Brother Ouyang half a day ago. It was evident that something must have happened that caused half a day's delay. However, just as soon as the division commander finished his sentence, Yang Kai became excited. There's an update. Yang Kai immediately began probing into the communication bead with his divine sense. Everyone had their eyes on him. Once Yang Kai got the gist of the message, he informed everyone else. Senior Ouyang said that the Black Ink clan who came out of Great Evolution Pass seemed to have their guards up against the North-South Army. So, they circled around and took a less direct route. Mi Jingluan had a look of realization. No wonder Brother Ouyang took so long to get in touch with us. Great Evolution Pass's Black Ink clan army did not know much at the moment, only that there were 2 human armies nearby. The first army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. This army had evaded their detection and then sent tens of thousands of puppets as a distraction while they launched a sneak attack on their territory. The Black Ink clan also knew that there was a second group which came over from Azure Void Pass. Numerous Black Ink clan scouts had mysteriously disappeared, and this proved that a group of humans were hiding in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this human army seemed to be continually changing their location, and the Black Ink clan could not gather any information on them. The Royal Lord had given the command, so 15 or so territory lords from Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to lead their army out and rush towards the royal city. However, knowing that an unknown number of human soldiers were hiding nearby, the territory lords had a simple discussion and decided to take the longer way around to avoid them. Naturally, they chose a route in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. They were certain this was a safe option, since the human army that came from that direction had already launched an attack within their Black Ink clan territory and exposed their location. If they had a choice, they would choose to ensure their safety by giving a wide berth and making a huge detour to avoid the hidden human army. However, time was of the essence and they were afraid of causing too great a delay, so they could only take a slightly circuitous path, which would delay them by a day or so. This was why Olang Lai only managed to get in touch with the North-South army now. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yang Kai kept using his divine sense to stay connected to Ouyang Lai, allowing both parties to confirm their respective locations. Still, it was both Yang Kai's and Ouyang Lai's first time in the Great Evolution Theater and they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Neither one of them had an accurate universe chart of this place, so it was rather troublesome for them to talk about their positions. Yang Kai could not ascertain where Ouyang Lai was exactly, and similarly, Ouyang Lai had no way of confirming where the North-South army was. The only thing they both knew was that their distance was within a day's worth of travel, as this was the communication bead's maximum range. Amid their exchange, the North-South army arrived at the designated ambush point. Initially, based on the deductions by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who scouted the place, it was highly likely that the Black Ink clan would pass through this place if they were to send their army out from Great Evolution Pass. As long as the North-South army set up here in advance, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. As it was, the North-South army had arrived, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, based on the update from Ouyang Lai, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan army would be passing through this region. Uncertainty was to be expected on the battlefield, as it was impossible for people to know everything and have a contingency for all possibilities at all times. Things could change at any given moment, and the only way to ensure victory was to be highly adaptable. Yang Kai carried on communicating with Ouyang Lai, but he was still unable to pinpoint the latter's location. Both of them described what the area around them looked like, but it did not ring any bells for either one of them. Ouyang Lai had a fiery temper, and since it was impossible to communicate effectively, he decided to cut things short. Just wait. That was the last Yang Kai heard from him, even though he kept trying to reconnect with Ouyang Lai. After relaying this to the 8th Order Division commanders, they all wore helpless, exasperated expressions. However, soon enough, Ouyang Lai's burly figure came striding in while grumbling, "It's so troublesome without a universe chart." It would have been a lot easier for them to communicate if both of them had a universe chart, as it would have allowed them to confirm their locations and the distance from each other. Nevertheless, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, and the humans who were stationed here in the past had been annihilated. Thus, the universe chart of that time was no longer usable. If they wanted a universe chart now, they needed to make one themselves. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai managed to get back quickly thanks to the purifying Black Ink battleship's universe array. "Brother Ouyang, where are the Black Ink clan reinforcements now?" Mi Jing Luan quickly asked. "I don't know, but I left behind a bit of my aura before I left. Let me check where it is and I'll know where the Black Ink clan army is," Ouyang Lai replied. Saying so, his hands started rapidly forming seals. A few breaths later, A burst of red light shot out from his fingertip and pointed in the direction of the aura he had left behind. Mi Jinglun took note of the location and nodded. We are about a day's travel away from there. Taking into account the difference between our travel direction and the Black Ink clan armies, the North-South army should adjust our position so that we can encounter them within a day or two. Yang nodded. Good. The two of them talked for a bit and soon decided on where they should reposition the North-South army. The order went down and the fleet, which had only just arrived at the ambush location, set off again without even having time to do anything. All the 8th Order Division commanders cupped their fists. We should go and prepare. If everything went smoothly, then in a day or two, the North-South army would engage in a huge battle with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Naturally, it was best to start preparing as soon as possible. Mi Jinglun nodded. I'll be off too, honored master, Gong Lian bowed. Yang Lai waved him off casually in response. Mi Jinglun finally addressed Yang Kai. Martial nephew, what's your plan now? Are you going to join us here or head off to find the East-West army? Since there's going to be a battle here, it's best if I remain to help, Yang Kai said. He could have left now if there were no battle, but since the fight was imminent, it would not be right for him to leave just like that. Furthermore, taking part in the upcoming battle was a good way for him to gather more information about the situation here. That way, he would be able to inform Xianxia and the others about what was happening here when he reunited with the East-West army. Good, Mi Jinglun said, since you're staying, you can choose a squad or a battalion to join. This junior would like to act alone. Would that be all right? Yang Kai asked. He was unfamiliar with the people here in the North-South army, and it may not be a good thing for him to join a squad so abruptly. Hence, he preferred acting alone without having any ties to anyone. Mi Jinglun eyed him with a smile. Since you're so confident, martial nephew, I won't stop you, but do be careful on the battlefield. Understood. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed before leaving. Once he left, Yang Lai piped up, that brat sure is confident to want to act alone, and you even gave him your permission. That's not at all like you. Mi Jinglun chuckled. I don't know if you've heard much about him, Brother Yang. If any other 7th Order junior made the same request, I would have rejected them immediately, but if it's him, it's fine for me to make an exception just this once. Yang Lai nodded. I've heard quite a lot about him, so you can't take advantage of me being ignorant and uninformed, Brother Mi. Now that we're on the subject, it's quite unbelievable that a 7th Order brat had the guts to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to infiltrate the Black Ink clan. He even managed to destroy the warship that the Black Ink clan was building and come back alive. It's practically a miracle. That's right. Although the old ancestor went out to receive him in person, before that he managed to kill a territory lord while he was in the Blue Sky Theater, which is quite the feat even if the territory lord was badly wounded at the time, Mi Jinglun said. New talents rise up with every generation. We're getting old now. Yang Lai lamented. Mi Jinglun smiled at him. It's rare for you to pay such a high compliment to someone of the younger generation, Brother Yang. What's the matter? Are you regretting the fact that you didn't encounter him sooner to take him as your disciple? Ha! Yang Lai snorted loudly. Why would I regret that? I have a disciple now. Even though my disciple isn't the same as him, he's not worse off in any way. In fact, my disciple has more potential than him. Mi Jinglun sighed. Things never go the way you want them to in life. Yang Kai is a peerless talent, but it's a pity he will not enter the 9th Order. If he could make it to the 9th Order, he would make a huge difference for the entire human race. Nothing's perfect in life, Yang Lai remarked. Speaking of which, we're partly to blame for his current situation since it's the unfortunate result of the cave heavens and paradises interfering with him. If it had not been for those cave heavens and paradises working together to suppress Yang Kai, he would have directly advanced to the 7th Order and would have stood a chance to become a 9th Order old ancestor. Mi Jinglun shook his head. They were doing it to prevent uncertainty in the future, and there's historical precedent for their actions. All along, the cave heavens and paradises have maintained the same attitude towards all those who had the possibility of directly advancing to the seventh order open heaven realm. Based on their perspective, they didn't do anything wrong at the time, but looking back now, they've made a monumental mistake. Martial Peak, Chapter 5208, Lack of Combat Experience. There was no point in discussing mistakes made in the past. Yang Kai had directly advanced to the fifth order open heaven realm. Although there was hope that he could become an eighth order master because he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, he was not going to be able to become a ninth order master. That was unless he could find the innate open heaven pill which was produced in the universe furnace. However, there was no sign of the universe furnace and no one knew when it would next appear. Even if it did, Yang Kai might not have the chance to obtain one of its innate open heaven pills. There were tons of people in all the cave heavens and paradises who were stuck in the eighth order open heaven realm and could not rise any further. Who among them was not in even more urgent need of those open heaven pills than Yang Kai? As the two were speaking, an alarming fluctuation came out from the faraway depths of the void. Mi Jinglun and Ouyang Lai exchanged glances before instantly heading to the deck and stared in the direction where the fluctuation was coming from. Yang Kai was also there staring into the distance. However, although everyone could sense the fluctuations, they could also tell that the source was incredibly far away. The old ancestor and the royal lord are exchanging blows, Ouyang Lai quickly said. Mi Jinglun nodded lightly. An eighth order master and a territory lord would not have been able to create such powerful fluctuations when they clashed. Across the entire theater, only a battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord could cause such a huge disturbance. This was the first fight between Yinyang Pass old ancestor and the royal lord of Great Evolution Theater. No one could predict the outcome. That being said, based on the information they had received, they were certain that Yinyang Pass old ancestor would not be the one suffering. Even just by the number of years of cultivation alone, the royal lord could not compare with her. The current royal lord was the one who rose to that position 30,000 years ago. The veteran royal lord who had been alive for much longer had died along with the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor. Both were the strongest among their respective sides and had immense power. The two silhouettes continued clashing in the depths of the void, and just the fallout from their fight was enough to destroy the barren universe worlds around them. Everything within 100,000 kilometers of their clash was thrown into chaos and turmoil. At this very moment, the royal lord was suffering in silence. When the royal lord found out that the human race army had invaded his domain, he left Great Evolution Pass in a fluster. Along the way, he searched for signs of the humans and he finally managed to intercept the old ancestor. Everything would be fine in his royal city as long as he stopped the old ancestor. However, before he even had the time to relax, the following turn of events caught him off guard. Initially, he assumed that since it was his first time exchanging blows with this human old ancestor, both parties would focus on feeling each other out since they were both the most formidable on their respective sides, and neither could afford to take any big risks. The best option was to test the waters and get a sense of what their respective strengths were before breaking off the fight and leaving it for another day once they were more prepared. That was what the royal lord thought, and he assumed the human old ancestor had the same idea. Except, the old ancestor thought very differently. Although she was a woman, her actions bordered on madness. As soon as they started fighting, she threw all caution to the wind and attacked as if she was prepared to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant sacrificing her life in the process. Waves of ferocious divine abilities and merciless secret techniques followed, dumbfounding the royal lord. It had to be said that although this royal lord had risen to his position 30,000 years ago, he had only ever fought an old ancestor once in that entire time. It was just after he had become a royal lord and joined forces with the original royal lord of Great Evolution Theater to kill the old ancestor here. Ever since then, the Black Ink clan claimed Great Evolution Pass and no other battle occurred. For the past 30,000 years, he stayed within his theater. Now and then he would send his territory lords out to help in battles at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, but he himself had never left. Thus, it could be said that he barely had any experience when it came to fighting with an old ancestor. Moreover, this particular old ancestor was attacking ruthlessly and relentlessly. The royal lord had been suppressed from the moment the fight began, and the momentum was now decidedly against him. Even the old ancestor was a little shocked by this too. However, she soon realized why this was the case. This royal lord lacks combat experience. This was an unexpected surprise for her. Back at Yinyang Pass, she would get into minor scuffles with the royal lord there every century or so, and a serious battle happened every millennium. It was no secret what each other's divine abilities, secret techniques, battle strategies, and personalities were. As the saying went, those who truly understood a person the best were not their friends, but their enemies. In the Yinyang Theater, as soon as the old ancestor made a move, the royal lord there could immediately tell what she was up to and formulate a counter on the spot. That was why the two clashed frequently over the years without ever deciding on a victor. That was not the case here. The old ancestor had a wealth of experience fighting against a royal lord, and even though it was a different opponent, the experience still counted for something. This was not the same for the royal lord here. He had probably forgotten all about the fight 30,000 years ago, and such a long period of peace was enough for him to lose his will to better himself, which was why he found himself in such a state when he got into a fight with a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master all of a sudden. The old ancestor's line of thinking was rather simple. Since she brought Yang Kai here, she did not need to hold back out of caution. All she had to do was focus on attacking as hard as she could and wounding the royal lord as much as possible, even if she was injured in the process. It did not matter if she got wounded because she could borrow Yang Kai's small universe to rapidly heal and restore herself. Although the royal lord could also use his black ink nest to recover from his injuries, the rate at which he would heal would never be as quick as her. She would be gaining on him with every single round of recovery. Perhaps that would not be immediately noticeable, but given enough time in battles, the royal lord would at some point not be able to handle it anymore. When the time came, she might even have the chance to kill this royal lord. Therefore, she fought him now without holding back at all, as if she wanted to perish together with him. Her opponent's obvious decline in combat effectiveness over time only strengthened her resolve to commit to her initial plan. Meanwhile, the East-West army paid no mind to the clash between the two powerhouses. As the old ancestor headed out to take the royal lord head-on, the East-West army changed course and continued forward. Even though the East-West army's 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would undoubtedly be of great help to the old ancestor if they joined the fight, no one could guarantee that they would all come out alive if they got involved. The East-West army had an even more important task on hand, and that was to wipe out the Black Ink Clan army and take back Great Evolution Pass. That was their ultimate goal. Passing through Black Ink Clan territory, they saw that only the weakest Black Ink clansmen remained in the outskirts, which they could not be bothered to deal with. They made a beeline in the direction of the royal city instead. Right now, they still did not know where the royal city was exactly or how far away it was, but as long as they continued in this direction, they were bound to reach the royal city at some point. Upon arrival, they would lay siege to the city. The further the East-West army went, the more dangerous it was for them as the likelihood of receiving help from the North-South army decreased with the increasing distance between the two armies. However, as long as the North-South army managed to stop the Black Ink Clan coming from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West army would not need to worry about being attacked from behind. Since arriving at this theater, the 30,000-man strong East-West army had only engaged in a single significant battle. They had been marching in haste all this while after that, but even so, the army's fighting spirit had not diminished at all. On the contrary, it was even stronger than before. It was safe to predict that when the army reached the royal city, they were sure to strike fear into the hearts of the Black Ink Clan. The North-South army led by Ouyang Lai and Mi Jinglun soon reached a new location after a day of hastened traveling. Mi Jinglun was the one who deduced that they would encounter the Black Ink Clan army at this spot. However, looking out into the void around them, all was quiet and there was no sign of the Black Ink Clan army. Even then, Mi Jinglun was not particularly disappointed even though there were no signs of the enemy, since they had to take into account the difference in the two armies' traveling speed as well as the possibility of changes in the opposing armies' routes. Several scouts were sent out for reconnaissance in the surrounding area. Soon, they received word that there was a sighting of the Black Ink Clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass. They were passing through a location that was less than an hour away from the North-South Army's current position. Mi Jinglun exhaled slowly before commanding the army to attack. Under the circumstances, an ambush was impossible as there was no time for them to find suitable spots to set up and hide. The North-South Army's only choice now was to charge straight into battle with the Black Ink Clan and take them head-on. Fortunately, they knew about the Black Ink Clan's movements while the other party knew nothing about them, so they had the advantage. The mighty fleet sailed through the void, and 1 hour later, the Black Ink Clan army came into sight. By now, the Black Ink Clan had naturally discovered the humans as well. One of the feudal lords immediately rushed to Xianxia and reported frantically, "Sir Territory Lord, we've spotted human warships." Xianxia had been uneasy the past few days, like something bad was about to happen, and that was the reason why he chose to take a longer route when leading the army out of Great Evolution Pass. He was doing everything he could to avoid the human army that had not revealed itself just yet. All had been calm and peaceful for several days, and his only worry had been the human race army that had been attacking the Black Ink Clan territory. He did not know when or even if his army and the human army would meet, but if they did, the Black Ink Clan might not be able to stand against them. After all, he had personally witnessed just how mighty that human army was. Furthermore, there was still the human old ancestor with them. Thus, he could not stop himself from jumping in fright when his subordinate reported the news to him. "We're running into a human race army in a place like this. Is it the one led by the old ancestor? Where are they? How far away from here?" Xianxia asked in alarm. The feudal lord pointed with his finger. "They're in that direction. We'll probably run into them in less than an hour." Xianxia looked out in that direction and sure enough, he spotted a massive fleet approaching. It was a sea of human warships, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them, just like the one he saw over a year ago. Based on the direction the human army was heading, it could be seen that it was not charging into the Black Ink Clan's territory. The humans were positioning themselves in advance so that they could meet the Black Ink Clan army, make contact an hour later and block their way forward. Why are we running into them here? Xianxia could not figure it out and he was not about to dwell on it now. His fear of the old ancestor made him lose his composure as he bellowed in terror, "Enemy attack!" The other dozen or so territory lords gasped in fright when they heard him. They turned to check for themselves and sure enough, they saw the human fleet in the distance. All at once, the territory lords started to panic. Martial Peak, Chapter 5209, Two Armies Clash. None of the territory lords had expected to run into the human race army here, but from the looks of it, the humans were fully prepared for this. It was the Black Ink Clan who had been too careless and only noticed their enemy when they were right in front of them. On the battlefield, there were terrible consequences to not being the one who held the initiative. All the territory lords turned to Xianxia, and one of them asked frantically, "Do we engage them?" The two armies were only an hour's distance apart, so they needed to decide right away whether they were going to fight or flee. The territory lords considered Xianxia their leader, so naturally, the decision depended on his opinion. Xianxia's brow twitched. There could be an old ancestor among them. In other words, if they were to fight, the Black Ink Clan would suffer massive casualties. Even the territory lords might be losing their lives here. The territory lord who asked earlier frowned. "Didn't we sense the fluctuations from the fight between an old ancestor and the royal lord just now? Since their old ancestor is fighting with Sir Royal Lord, why would their old ancestor be here?" Xianxia froze upon hearing that. "That's right. We did feel the fluctuations from a battle between two of the most powerful masters coming from a great distance away just now. It was clearly caused by the human old ancestor and our royal lord. Since they're fighting over there there won't be an old ancestor here then. The humans couldn't have sent 2 old ancestors over, right? Xicheng realized that he had jumped to conclusions just now. When he saw that the enormous fleet of the North-South Army was so similar to the one he had seen over a year ago, he subconsciously assumed that the old ancestor would be with them too, causing his fear to override his judgment. Regardless, even if the enemy did not have an old ancestor among them, it was probably still too late for them to flee now. Xicheng was a decisive individual and immediately came to a decision: relay my orders, prepare for battle. A fleet of 2,000 to 3,000 warships meant there were some 30,000 humans. Although this was not even a tenth of the Black Ink clan army's numbers, the territory lords knew that numbers alone would never be able to determine who was the stronger of the two. Furthermore, a group of 30,000 humans implied that there were dozens of 8th Order masters among them. Meanwhile, there were only 16 territory lords on their side. If they chose to flee instead, it would be giving the humans a chance to chase after and attack them from behind. Thus, meeting the enemy in battle was the best option. It would minimize the number of casualties, and they might even be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. Orders were passed down, and the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen formed rank in the void. They fused Black Ink strength together to form a massive Black Ink cloud that covered a vast swath of the void, hiding them from view. This was the sight that greeted the human army when they arrived an hour later. All they could see was an enormous Black Ink cloud that had gathered within the void. There was some movement within the cloud, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang stood on the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship with deep, profound looks on their faces. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made a clever move with their defensive action. They formed a Black Ink cloud to mask their army, which meant that the humans had no way of determining what the Black Ink clan was up to or what they were planning. If the humans charged forward hastily, they would be wounded and suffer heavy casualties. Yet, if the humans chose not to strike, they would be doing exactly what the Black Ink clan wanted. The Black Ink clan could use this opportunity to arrange their formations and decide on a battle strategy, and the longer the delay, the less of an advantage the human army would have. Confronted with this situation, the humans had no other choice. The only thing they could do was rely on the power of their warships to disperse the Black Ink cloud and force the Black Ink clan army to show themselves. This was likely what the Black Ink clan hoped for too, as this would mean that they could expend a lot of the human army's strength, even though it also meant that they would suffer a lot of casualties on their end. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang exchanged looks before nodding at each other. The very next moment, an order went out from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The warships began moving forward again, separating into different lines in the void before coming to a stop at around 1 million kilometers away from the Black Ink cloud. Following that, all of the warships started powering their arrays. Lights flashed, and a raging surge of energy waves began to fluctuate. Next, the points of light transformed into a myriad of attacks of different forms, all of which shot straight into the Black Ink cloud. The warships had separated into 5 smaller fleets at this moment, with each one consisting of 400 to 500 vessels. The small fleets took turns attacking one after the other, allowing for a continuous barrage to be maintained. Each attack was akin to hundreds of 7th Order masters launching a full-force attack together. The onslaught of attacks kept striking the Black Ink cloud and causing it to disappear. Blinding lights flashed within the Black Ink cloud. It was a terrifying sight even from a distance. There were signs of life auras withering constantly, but at a distance of 1 million kilometers and combined with the chaos of the energy fluctuations, even the 8th Order masters could not sense everything clearly. Even so, the withering life auras were clearly a sign of death among the ranks of the Black Ink clan hidden inside the Black Ink cloud. The humans' attack went on for a half-day. Throughout the whole time, the warships did not let up on the bombardment. The artifacts and the spirit arrays mounted on the warships kept shooting straight into the Black Ink cloud. However, the humans were surprised at the lack of a response from the Black Ink clan army. They seemed to be lying in wait for the right moment to strike, or perhaps they had even fled the battlefield. Nevertheless, Even though they had the black ink cloud to hide them, the Black Ink clan could not flee the battlefield with so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around. Thus, the Black Ink clan army was certainly still hidden inside the Black Ink cloud. They were waiting. The optimum window for them to strike back would be when the human strength was depleted from their attacks. It had to be said that the territory lords who led this army were all remarkably patient. Anyone with a fiery temper would have led the army out of the Black Ink cloud to start attacking the humans by now. Still, this was the exact opposite of what the humans wanted. Half a day later, the enormous Black Ink cloud that had loomed over the void was beginning to thin out. Even though the Black Ink clan kept channeling their Black Ink strength to strengthen the Black Ink cloud, they could not withstand the constant attacks from the warships. They would have long since revealed themselves if it had not been for the large amounts of Black Ink strength that escaped from the dead bodies of the Black Ink clansmen, which helped thicken the Black Ink cloud. They were at their limit after holding out for half a day though. The thinning Black Ink cloud could no longer hide all of the Black Ink clan army, and the powerful 8th Order Masters were beginning to break through the Black Ink cloud and survey the state of the enemy inside. They were dissatisfied with what they found. A half-day's worth of ceaseless attacks did cause some casualties on the side of the Black Ink clan, but it was far less than what they expected. Less than 50,000 had died out of the Black Ink clan army, which was almost 500,000 strong. It was only a 10% casualty rate. These were not results to be pleased about, as they had expected to clear out at least 30% of the Black Ink clan. The human warships continued their attacks, but by now, the Black Ink cloud was thin and wispy, meaning they could launch targeted attacks, which made the number of casualties rise seriously. Evidently, the Black Ink clan realized this problem too. The territory lords gave out an order, and 400,000 of the Black Ink clan army swiftly retreated out of the Black Ink cloud before rushing off into the distance. The Black Ink clan was trying to escape. The human army was not about to ignore that, so Xianxia immediately gave the order to pursue. However, the attempt to flee was merely a feint. As soon as the human army entered the wispy Black Ink cloud, the Black Ink clan army suddenly turned around and launched its attack. The Great Evolution Theater had been at peace for 30,000 years, but on this day, an explosive battle took place between two armies just a few days' travel away from Great Evolution Pass. Although the East-West Army had already attacked some of the territory lords' territories, that was not the same as this fight. Xianxia and the others were a little startled by the Black Ink clan strategy, but that was all. Mi Jinglun had already been on guard back when Xianxia gave the order to chase after the supposedly fleeing army. Even though the Black Ink clan had suffered some casualties, the fight had not truly begun, and there was no way the Black Ink clan would flee without a fight when they still had 400,000 soldiers. The territory lords who led the army would surely know that they would be doomed the moment they fled. He was proven right. The Black Ink clan did not plan on fleeing. They merely wanted to lure the human warships into their Black Ink cloud so that they could gain a geographical advantage. Although the Black Ink cloud was thin and sparse now, it was still a significant help to the Black Ink clan and a hindrance to the humans once they were inside. Purifying Black Ink pills were readily available for use on the battlefield now, and all the humans had to do was consume one in advance, and they would have a temporary window of time where they did not have to worry about the Black Ink's strength invading them. That being said, as time wore on, the medicinal efficacies would wear off, and things would be less rosy then. Furthermore, repeated consumption of the purifying Black Ink pills in short order reduced their effectiveness. Those at Blue Sky Pass had done a systematic test and figured out that a 6th Order Master could use 2 purifying Black Ink pills within the span of a month. Any more than that and the medicinal efficacies would be greatly diminished. A 7th Order Master could use 3 pills. There was a limit to the medicinal efficacies of each purifying Black Ink pill as well, making them only effective for 6 hours at most. Thus, if the humans fought against the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink cloud, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible, for the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantaged they would be. The Black Ink clan had launched their attack at just the right time. They had perfectly positioned the battlefield within the area that still had the wispy black ink cloud. Despite that, they were still shocked by the humans' reactions. They thought that the humans would be disadvantaged if the fight happened in such an environment, but how could they have anticipated that the humans would not be affected at all? As the two armies clashed head-on, the Seventh Order Masters swiftly leaped out of the warships without caring about being affected by the Black Ink's strength at all. The Black Ink clan was thunderstruck. They had preconceived notions that the humans avoided Black Ink's strength like the plague, especially those with lower cultivation. Only some of the Eighth Order Masters could withstand the encroachment of Black Ink's strength for an extended time in battle. However, from the looks of it now, even the Seventh Order Masters could move freely within the Black Ink cloud without being affected at all. What was going on? While the Black Ink clan was reeling from shock, the human squads began to unleash their full strength. The Seventh Order Masters all stuck close to their warships and coordinated with the other squads in their battalions to launch concentrated attacks. The face-to-face confrontation was quickly decimating the Black Ink clan army. It was 30,000 against over 400,000, which was a huge disparity in numbers, yet to the humans, being heavily outnumbered was not a problem at all. Throughout the ages, humans had always battled against the Black Ink clan under such circumstances, so they amassed a ton of experience. Martial Peak, Chapter 5210, Black Ink Disciples. Although the two armies clashed fiercely, it was evident that both sides were still exercising caution and restraint. No one pressed forward recklessly, as neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan had anywhere to fall back to for safety in the vast, unending void. Pushing too aggressively would not benefit either party, especially if things started deteriorating for them. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire battlefield and a devastatingly high number of casualties. Thus, if anyone had a distant overview of the battle, they would notice that the fight between the two armies on the battlefield was fairly straightforward. The human race army of 30,000 and the Black Ink clan army of over 400,000 were like two waves oscillating back and forth as both parties continued to engage, retreat, and then engage once more. Every time the two armies collided, both parties would attack with all their might. All manner of secret techniques burst forth in the thick of the skirmish, only to stop when both parties retreated to regroup. The leaders of the human army did not expect to achieve a decisive victory in short order. They were using these small but frequent skirmishes to exhaust the Black Ink clan army's strength and endurance and slowly gain the upper hand. However, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai never expected that the Black Ink clan army's strategist also had the same thought. The commanders on both sides were thinking along the same lines. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai even felt a glimmer of kinship with the territory lord who was commanding the opposing army. Naturally, it was Xianxia who was in charge of commanding the Black Ink clan army in this battle. Among the territory lords, Xianxia was competent and, more importantly, cautious by nature. If it had not been for his prudence, he would not have made the snap decision to escape when he was ambushed by the human race army back at Wind and Cloud Pass. But he did, and therefore he survived. Although he was a territory lord of the Great Evolution Theater over the past 30,000 years, he still gathered considerable combat experience as a result of leading armies to aid in the battles at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass dozens of times. Though in all fairness, his army often suffered crushing defeats and few would come back alive. Still, his wealth of experience going into battle against the humans was the reason why he could come up with the appropriate strategy for this battle. He was also the one who came up with the idea of forming the Black Ink cloud to conceal their movements when they discovered that the North-South army had come to launch a surprise attack. If it had been any other territory lord at the helm when they saw the human race army's sudden arrival, they would have most likely rushed headfirst into battle without a second thought. It had to be said that even though his strategies seemed rather cowardly, Xianxia did manage to make things a lot more difficult for the humans. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai had hoped that they would encounter a reckless Black Ink clan army that believed they would win based solely on their overwhelming numbers. They never thought they would run into an army led by a shrewd mind. This was something worthy of marvel, as after so many years of going to battle against the Black Ink clan, it was their first time coming head-to-head with a Black Ink clan commander like that. The two armies continued to engage in battle, and each time they clashed, life auras would wither, with the vast majority of the casualties being on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans would not be in much danger if their warships were intact, but if their warships were to be destroyed, then the whole squad would be in great danger. After clashing over 10 times, things started becoming less orderly and more chaotic. The humans were not at fault for that. Despite only numbering 30,000, the human army was disciplined and trained to listen to their superiors without question. Thus, they carried out their commander's orders to the letter. It was not the same with the Black Ink clan. There were over 400,000 Black Ink clansmen, and while Zhicheng was considered the commander, they were actually made up of the individual armies that belonged to over a dozen different territory lords, each with a mind of his own. Upon seeing that there were so many fatalities within Black Ink clan after each clash while few if any occurred on the human side, many of the territory lords lost their cool and started pushing more aggressively. The more reckless they were, the more casualties there were on the Black Ink clan side. It was humiliating, and that resulted in angering them further, so much so that they joined the battlefield in person. The Eighth Order Masters were not about to let the territory lords have their way on the battlefield. While the territory lords stayed out of the battle, the Eighth Order Masters also hung back and observed, but now that the territory lords were making their move, the Eighth Order Masters were not going to stand idly by either as they came forward to stop them. Thus, after 2 hours of skirmishes, the battle suddenly intensified. The battlefield began to fill with the fluctuations from the fights between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Masters. Meanwhile, on the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia declared, "I'm joining them. I'll leave things here to you, brother Mi." Mi Jingluan simply nodded. Xianxia took one step and instantly appeared in front of a territory lord many thousands of kilometers away. He threw out his fist with great force, and the territory lord who was caught unaware ended up flying backwards. That being said, he was still a territory lord. Despite being a little dazed after the blow from Xianxia, he quickly regained his composure and started fighting back. In the ferocious clash between the two, it was Xianxia who was unable to unleash his full powers, while the territory lords attacked without holding back at all. It could not be helped as the two were fighting in an area that not only had a lot of Black Ink clansmen but also a number of humans. The territory lord attacked in a frenzy as he did not care about the deaths of his clansmen, but Xianxia could not disregard the lives of the humans in the same way. Therefore, even though he gained the upper hand with his initial sneak attack on the territory lord, he still could not finish or defeat his opponent in short order. Xianxia was not the only one confronted with this situation. Most of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were faced with the same predicament. The territory lord's despicable behavior was forcing a lot of the Eighth Order Division commanders to hold themselves back. The purifying Black Ink battleship hovered in the void at approximately 1 million kilometers from the battlefield. It was not far by any means, and if a territory lord wanted to launch a surprise attack, he could get to the battleship quite rapidly. Though, of course, it was not considered close either. It was a good spot for Mi Jingluan to oversee the entire battle. Of the two commanders of the North-South Army, Xianxia was the one who adhered to the principle of talking with his fists, and thus, Mi Jingluan was the one who commanded the army in battle. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not alone in the void as several battalion-class warships hovered around it, each one crewed by an Eighth Order Division commander and an entire battalion. All of this was to ensure that the purifying Black Ink battleship would stay safe even when they were so far away from home. One could not claim that the humans were acting too conservatively. On the contrary, the purifying Black Ink battleship was just far too important. Not only did the battleship have a great variety of strategic functions, but both the battleship and the battalion-class warships around it were carrying quite a number of specialists who followed the army to this battle. The East-West Army had over 1,000 artifact refiners with them, along with alchemists and array masters in similar numbers. It was the same with the North-South Army. These humans were at the very least in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, with a few even being in the Eighth Order. Even so, they spent all their time fully focused on their respective daos such as artifact refining, alchemy, and spirit arrays. Thus, they lacked combat power and were not suited to step foot on the battlefield. The loss of any one of them would be a notable loss for the human race. They could only remain in safety until the battle came to an end. If they were to remain here, then there had to be people here to protect them as well. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had 30,000 soldiers in total, in reality, 3,000 to 4,000 of them were not taking part in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan's brows were tightly furrowed as he surveyed the battle from the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship. What was happening was unlike anything he had expected. Initially, he assumed that it would not be hard for the North-South Army to come out victorious, as a Black Ink clan army of 500,000 would only have slightly over a dozen territory lords commanding it. The North-South Army had nearly 68th Order masters, which was several times more than their opponent's number of territory lords. The advantage they had in high-level combat power was enough to make up for the huge difference in numbers between the two armies. That being said, it would be impossible to ruthlessly slaughter the entire Black Ink clan army, as they would undoubtedly flee once things did not look good for them. The situation at this battle was different from the ambush that the East-West Army had set up at Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai had filled Mi Jingluan in on all the details of that battle, and Mi Jingluan knew that the East-West Army's successful vanquishment of all 300,000 of the Black Ink clan army in such a short amount of time was mainly due to the circumstances of the ambush, and also the fact that they had an old ancestor with them. All in all, the Black Ink clan had no hope of even putting up a strong fight against the humans back then. However, the North-South Army failed to set up an ambush and did not have an old ancestor to assume command, so they could not compare themselves with the advantageous position the East-West Army had. No great battles had taken place throughout that time in this theater, which meant that the Black Ink disciples could spend all their time on cultivation. They did not have to worry about going to battle and losing their life, and thus, they slowly managed to reach the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 5211, Collapse. Judging by the number of Black Ink disciples there were on the battlefield now, it proved that not all of the human soldiers who were part of the battle at Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago had been killed by the Black Ink clan after the death of the old ancestor. The Black Ink clan must have taken quite a number of them and turned them into Black Ink disciples. There was no other way of explaining why so many Black Ink disciples with high orders would appear in the Great Evolution Theater. Why did all of the cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds classify everything that had to do with the Black Ink clan? That was because Black Ink's strength was far too tempting for some people. As it was, once a person's body was corrupted by Black Ink's strength, they would undergo a drastic change and become someone who served the Black Ink clan above all else. In other words, they would become an entirely different person, but at the same time, the power that Black Ink's strength provided was enough to enable a cultivator to not be affected by the shackles of the Open Heaven realm. With enough luck and resources, one could continue to cultivate all the way to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. How many 9th Order masters had there been throughout history? Too few that even the most prominent of cave heavens and paradises could easily count them with their fingers. With that being the case, it would be hard for cultivators who had reached the ceiling of their cultivation and failed to break through to not be swayed by the temptation of Black Ink strength. Yuan Du, a vice sect master of Langya Paradise, was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. He knew very well the risks and dangers of Black Ink strength, but even then he could not overcome the temptation. In the end, he chose to become a Black Ink disciple. Not only did he turn against his people, but he even threatened the safety of his sect. The sect master, Li Yuan Wang, had no choice but to kill Yuan Du himself. The fact that even the vice sect master of Xianxia Paradise succumbed to the draw of black ink strength proved how hard it would be for most people to resist the temptation as well if the powers of black ink strength became public knowledge in the 3,000 worlds. Humans were always unpredictable. 30,000 years ago, the Great Evolution Old Ancestor died and the Great Pass was conquered. Most of the human soldiers died on the battlefield, but a significant number of them must have been captured by the powerful members of the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. 30,000 years of peace was enough time for these Black Ink disciples to cultivate and break through to a higher order. They made full use of the prolonged period of time, which was enough to let a 6th Order Black Ink disciple advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Still, this kind of cultivation came with its own set of dangers. One false move could lead to the cultivator's death while trying to break through to a higher order than they would normally be able to reach, and even if the cultivator succeeded, the process would leave visible marks on their body that would clearly indicate they were no longer human. This was the reason why Mi Jinglun spotted so many 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Although these Black Ink disciples still had human forms, most of them also had some abnormal characteristics that made them stand out. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had a large growth coming out of his shoulder, and from a distance, it looked as if he had 2 heads. Yet another 8th Order Black Ink disciple had 2 tiny, fleshy wings growing out of his back. With one long and one short, the wings looked like Nabla chicken feet. One of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples even had an extra arm growing out of his abdomen. He was creative enough to come up with a combat strategy that made use of his 3rd arm and wielded 3 swords, one in each arm, making him quite a formidable force on the battlefield. All of the Black Ink disciples who had these abnormal traits were those who relied on Black Ink strength to break through their innate limitations. They would never have had the chance to advance any further, but after being corrupted by Black Ink strength, they were able to explore a higher martial Dao. The power that they exhibited was noticeably unstable though, and those around them could feel that it was frenzied and volatile. However, it was exactly due to the efforts of these Black Ink disciples that the humans could not gain a decisive victory with their current strategy. Originally, Mi Jinglun and Ouyang Lai assumed that since they had dozens of 8th Order masters to deal with only slightly more than a dozen territory lords, the numbers would work in their favor and the territory lords would not be able to put up a fight. As long as the division commanders could gang up on the territory lords, they would surely be able to kill all of them fairly quickly. Once the territory lords were gone, the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen would amount to nothing more than headless chickens, and the humans could wipe them out with ease. However, it was the presence of numerous 8th Order Black Ink disciples that foiled their plans. The 8th Order Black Ink disciples were fearsome in their violent attacks, but the ferocity also proved that they did not have full control over their strength. In other words, these 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not on even footing with the true 8th Order masters. Their powers did not come from proper cultivation, and as a result, they were even weaker than ordinary territory lords. If it came down to a solo fight, any one of the 8th Order division commanders could easily defeat an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even so, it would not be as easy to kill one. Furthermore, both the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples attacked without any restraint, not caring whether they injured or even killed their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the process. On the other hand, the 8th Order masters had to take great care not to harm their fellow humans. Thus, when it came to the battle between the two parties' top masters, although the humans still had the advantage, it was not a significant one and could not produce the result they had hoped for. As the fierce battle progressed, the casualties mounted on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans also began to suffer more casualties, and there were even signs of 7th Order masters dying on the battlefield. Mi Jinglun frowned as this was not what he wanted to see. If things carried on like this, even if the humans emerged victorious, it would still be at the cost of far too many lives, which would be a crushing blow to them. We must break the deadlock as soon as possible to achieve our goal today. After thinking in silence for a moment, his divine sense surged, and in the next moment, 5 figures jumped out of the battalion-class warships around the purifying black ink battleship and joined the battlefield. These 5 were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Initially, their job was to stay with the battalion-class warships around the purifying black ink battleship and protect all of the non-combatants on board the ships, but now, it was time for them to make their move. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining the battlefield was enough to change the tides of the battle between both parties' apex cultivators. Once they found the opportunity to kill a few of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples or even some territory lords, they could create a snowball effect and create an overwhelming advantage for the humans. Still, this required time. Mi Jingluan's eyes next fell onto a different side of the battlefield, away from the battlefield between the 8th Order Masters and the territory lords. There was a solitary figure over there who was rampaging about. This person worked alone without teaming up with any of the warships. All he had was a long spear in his hands, but wherever he passed, the Black Ink clan would crumble. Even the feudal lords could not withstand a single blow from his spear. Naturally, it was Yang Kai. Ever since the battle started, Mi Jingluan kept checking in on Yang Kai's situation, yet the 8th Order Army commander was shocked to find that despite his high regard for Yang Kai, he had still underestimated him. Yang Kai was only a 7th Order Master, but he was exhibiting powers that vastly exceeded what someone in the 7th Order should be capable of. This was the reason why he could breeze through the battlefield without any difficulty with no one able to stop him. Although Mi Jingluan did not know much about Yang Kai, he had heard a lot of stories in the past. He knew that Yang Kai had made a name for himself across a number of battlefields, and he also knew that Yang Kai had a world tree clone planted inside his small universe. Apparently, the World Tree clone had the unbelievable effect of purifying and enhancing world force. From the looks of it now, the effects were even more astounding than Mi Jingluan had expected, as Yang Kai's world force was both dense and powerful enough that he could launch devastating attacks with great ease. Meanwhile, the 5 8th Order Division commanders joined the battle among the top masters of both armies and worked together to shift the momentum in the humans' favor, though their efforts would take time to produce real results. Someone needed to break the stalemate that was happening between the two armies' forces that were below the 8th Order. That way, by gaining an advantage in both the top and bottom ranks, the humans would be able to decimate the Black Ink clan in the shortest amount of time possible. Yang Kai was the best person for that task. As soon as the thought flashed across Mi Jingluan's mind, his divine sense surged once more. Out on the battlefield, Yang Kai was immersed in the fervor of battle. It had been so long since he could throw caution to the wind and not hold himself back. Ever since the creation of Dawn, he would have to lead the Special Operations Squad into battle each time, and as the squad leader, he had to take a lot of concerns into account. This time, though, he did not need to worry about anything. All he had to do was kill the enemy. He rushed headlong wherever the enemy gathered without having to worry about others failing to keep up with him. He did not have to worry about leading his people into a risky situation with no way out. With the use of space principles, his figure flitted about erratically, and as long as the territory lords did not get involved, no one among the Black Ink clan was a threat to him. Naturally, not needing to worry about others also meant that no one was there to help him. Since the beginning of the battle, countless Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands, but he also suffered a few injuries in the process. Regardless of how strong he was, Yang Kai could not avoid getting hit a few times in the chaos of the battlefield. Still, such injuries did not affect him too greatly, and the pain only increased his bloodlust. Just as the fighting was raging, a warship suddenly approached. It did not look like the regular squad-class warship, as it was a lot bigger and there were clear signs of numerous enhancements. It was the warship that belonged to a Special Operations Squad. Dawn's Dawning Light was an example of such a warship. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered around the warship, each of them radiating a formidable aura. They were covered in black blood, and there was no telling how many Black Ink clan soldiers they had killed. The one who took the lead was a young man with a dignified appearance, and his voice rang out across the distance. "Brother Yang, the army commander has ordered the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad to work together with you to break the enemy lines." Yang Kai thrust his spear out, and the resulting shadow pierced through a dozen of Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him. Once he withdrew his spear, he turned around and asked, "Where's the Snow Wolf Squad?" The young man, who seemed to be the Profound Wind Squad leader, pointed with his finger, "Over there. They can't get away just yet. Follow my lead," Yang Kai said before dashing in that direction with his spear sweeping through the enemies along the way. After being on the battlefield for so long, Yang Kai had already sensed the peculiarity of this particular war. The Black Ink clan were not as weak as the humans thought they were, and it was all due to the significant number of 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai was surprised by this too. He had encountered numerous Black Ink disciples before and knew what the benefits and consequences were for these Black Ink disciples who relied on Black Ink's strength for cultivation. At first, he thought that it would be immensely difficult for a Black Ink disciple to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Black Ink disciples were unshackled from their innate constraints, the risk they faced during the ascension to a higher order than they were naturally capable of reaching was far worse than the average human cultivators. All of a sudden, a spear breached through the ranks of the Black Ink clansmen, and in an instant, a sliver of space was carved out as the siege was split into two like a ripped piece of cloth. A solitary figure plowed through the opening. The Snow Wolf Squad leader's expression brightened at once, and he quickly ordered his squad to head towards the opening, and at the same time, he frantically called out, "Watch out, junior brother. Behind you!" As soon as he said that, Yang Kai felt his heart clench, and soon he felt a wave of pain coming from his lower back. Someone had indeed snuck up on him. The one who launched the sneak attack had done it so quickly and surreptitiously that he had not noticed anything until he had been hit. Yang Kai instinctively swept his spear out but hit nothing. He spotted a silhouette brushing past him out of the corner of his eye, but when he tried to catch a proper glimpse, he could not find it anymore. Still, he did not remain still. He kept charging forward, and the Profound Wind Squad's warship pushed in through the breach in the Black Ink clan's lines behind him. The two squad leaders of the Special Operations Squads knew each other, so they exchanged a light nod of greeting but skipped over the usual pleasantries. The Profound Wind Squad leader informed the Snow Wolf Squad leader of the army commander's orders, and the latter chuckled bitterly before turning to Yang Kai. "Are you hurt, junior brother?" The army commander ordered both of our special operations squads to work together with junior brother Yang, but he suffered a sneak attack just as soon as he showed up. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command had suffered from a sneak attack as well. He was the one who was tending to his injuries on the warship's deck. Thus, he knew just how insidious the ambusher who snuck up on Yang Kai was. The Snow Wolf Squad would not have been blindsided by the Black Ink clan and ended up getting sieged if it had not been for the fact that the attacker had hidden so well that none of them could locate him. Although the squad leader asked Yang Kai if he was hurt, truth be told, he did not think they could rely on Yang Kai for much now. Contrary to his assumptions, Yang Kai just shook his head. "I'm fine." The squad leader was taken aback for a moment before he kindly advised, "Junior brother, don't try to put up a strong front when you're on the battlefield. If you need to tend to your injuries, then it's best not to delay doing so." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm fine really. Perhaps you don't know, senior brother, though this junior brother here may not have much else to boast about, my skin's thicker and my flesh is stronger than average." It was true that the one behind the sneak attacks was powerful and not to be underestimated. Such an attack on a regular 7th Order Master would at least result in serious injuries, if not worse. However, Yang Kai carried a potent dragon vein, which made his physique a lot stronger than that of a regular human. Martial Peak, Chapter 5213, cut across the battlefield. Everything happened in a flash, and Yang Kai reacted just as swiftly. When the attack failed, the shadowy silhouette faded away in such an uncanny way that it was almost as if the silhouette never existed in the first place. Even divine sense could not detect any traces. However, Yang Kai simply smirked. "Do you think you can use the same trick twice?" By the time he finished speaking, the attacker had vanished. All of a sudden, Yang Kai whipped his head about and reached out to grab something in that direction. Once again, space principles rippled out and space was locked in from all sides. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it was clenched around the neck of a figure. His world force surged and crashed into the other person's small universe, which made the person dazed and unable to use his strength. "Attacking me twice, huh? You seem like a rather stubborn person," Yang Kai remarked coolly as he stared at the person. It was clear that the attacker had been highly trained in the art of assassination. When an attack failed, he retreated right away. That was why Yang Kai failed to detect him during the first sneak attack and could not find any traces of him after. However, after taking into account the mystifying powers of concealment that this black ink disciple had, Yang Kai was certain that the attacker would not give up so easily. He would strike again. Yang Kai did not know who the attacker would strike against next, or if he would even show himself once more. Still, the black ink disciple did intend to strike again, and the best and final opportunity would be when Yang Kai led the two squads out of the siege. Therefore, Yang Kai kept his guard up the whole time. He stayed vigilant and aware of everything that was happening around him, including the goings-on near the two squads behind him. Sure enough, the attacker showed himself again, and he even chose to make Yang Kai his target. Why would Yang Kai, who already had his guard up, allow himself to be attacked in a similar fashion twice? To zero in on Yang Kai twice in a row meant that the attacker was stubborn and proud. As he failed to deal a heavy blow to Yang Kai on his first attempt, he did not hesitate at all to try again. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target. His first sneak attack had been successful due to his tactics and Yang Kai's lack of vigilance. That was not the case this time. On the battlefield, one had to pay the price for such willful stubbornness. The attacker could feel the terrifyingly powerful world force that flowed out of Yang Kai's hand and crashed into his small universe. His small universe quaked, and the black ink disciple was terror-stricken. He could sense that Yang Kai was merely a seventh-order open heaven realm master, just like him, but Yang Kai was now holding him by the neck as if he were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between them? What he found even harder to grasp was the way Yang Kai had managed to locate him. His concealment secret technique was exceptional, and in the heat of the moment, even an eighth-order master might fail to notice him. However, when he tried to conceal himself and vanish earlier after the second attack had failed, Yang Kai managed to capture him with just one hand. As the black ink disciple tried to struggle, he caught Yang Kai's eyes and was shocked by the sliver of golden pupil he saw. "Demon Eye of Annihilation. Are you from Myriad Demons' Heaven?" Once the black ink disciple spotted that intimidating golden pupil, he came to a realization. He assumed Yang Kai was from Myriad Demons' Heaven and had cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation, one of their core secret techniques, to a high degree of mastery. No wonder he knew exactly where I was. Each time they felt this sort of disturbance, it meant that an eighth-order open heaven realm master had been killed. And if an eighth-order master died on the battlefield, it meant that the situation was incredibly dire for the humans. This explained why everyone in the human army was deeply shaken by the commotion that signified the death of an eighth-order master. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:17, Either you die or I perish. During their earlier exchange, Yang Kai detected something strange. This 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attack appeared terrifying, but in reality, it seemed to lack true substance. He was heavily injured as well. Even on the surface, he had a large wound along his abdomen, and even though he used his strength to seal it up, blood continued to trickle out. Furthermore, one of his eyes had been destroyed. The remaining, functional eye was glaring darkly at Yang Kai the same way a venomous snake stared at its prey. It was understandable to find him in this state. Someone who needed to fake his death in order to survive the battlefield had to have been incapacitated at some point. The lingering injuries on him proved as much. Plus, he was only an 8th Order Black Ink disciple and not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which meant that he was a lot less powerful than a real 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he was at the peak of his current strength, he might not even be stronger than any of the territory lords. If Yang Kai was alone, he might not have been willing to take this risk. With instantaneous movement at his disposal, this heavily wounded 8th Order Black Ink disciple would most likely fail to do anything to him. Thus, even if Yang Kai could not win this fight, he could still escape just fine. However, he was not alone right now. He still had the unconscious female 7th Order Master that he brought back from the battlefield. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, and although his small universe could keep cultivators that were not high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, it could not do so with a 7th Order Master. There was very little chance Yang Kai could escape from this 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks if he brought the woman with him, so his only option was to fight. Back then, Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined forces, and with great difficulty, they managed to kill a heavily injured territory lord, Zhu Feng. It had been several hundred years since then, and Yang Kai was now up against a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He did not think it was an impossible fight for him, as he was now a lot more powerful than before. Has the younger generation grown so arrogant? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple snorted coldly. Yang Kai's response clearly infuriated him. Even though you might not have done it willingly, since you've become one with the Black Ink clan, you're my enemy now. You have no right to consider yourself my senior, Yang Kai answered evenly. As Yang Kai spoke, his hand shot out and a gentle force wrapped up the unconscious female 7th Order Master's body that was situated nearby. In the next moment, space principles fluctuated and the woman's body shimmered before disappearing and reappearing hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and continued drifting further off into the void. A fierce battle was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no way of keeping the woman safe in the thick of the fight, so his only choice was to send her away. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple knew very well what Yang Kai was attempting to do, but he did not try to stop it. To him, he could easily go after the unconscious 7th Order woman once he dealt with Yang Kai. He would have all the time in the world to decide her fate then. Still, he was deeply displeased by Yang Kai's attitude. After glancing at the female 7th Order Master that Yang Kai sent away, he withdrew his gaze and extended his arm. A clear sword cry filled the battlefield, and immediately after, a ray of light shot out and was soon drawn to his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he subconsciously tightened his grip around his azure dragon spear. He had seen it very clearly. Seems to me that you've made up your mind, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple remarked as he eyed Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fighting intent surged as he pointed his spear forward and answered coolly, right here. Right now, either you die or I perish. Good, good, good. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple nodded. You know, this old master was just as proud and relentless as you at that age. It's a pity. Age creeps up on everyone. Since you've made your choice, this old master will fulfill it for you. How's that? Are you ready to die, young man? In the state that this old master is in right now, it's one thing if I choose to stand down, but if we are to fight, I will do so with full force. I won't hold back at all. He had only just finished his sentence when Yang Kai suddenly flickered and appeared beside him. The azure dragon spear pierced out as he unleashed the full potential of his supreme limitless spear art, sending a storm of blows towards the enemy. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple clearly did not expect Yang Kai to be this treacherous. He was caught unaware and did not have his guard up. In his haste, he raised his sword to fend off the attack and unleashed scores of sword waves at Yang Kai. The two figures immediately engaged in battle. Spear shadows and sword waves filled the void in a constant cycle of disappearing and re-emerging once more. Apart from the sparks from the spear shadows and sword waves colliding, bursts of world force clashed against each other with such ferocity that the local space became unstable. The look of surprise on the 8th Order Black Ink disciple increasingly intensified. Although he was heavily injured, this 7th Order Junior did not seem to be in a much better state than him. Both of them had just survived a bitter battle, so neither one of them was in good condition. Thus, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple assumed that it would be fairly easy for him to kill this 7th Order master. Yet, once the fight started, he realized that things were not as he had expected. This 7th Order Junior had a mysterious movement skill that gave him a huge advantage of mobility. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple had no choice but to focus on defending himself and to try and regain the initiative. Had his opponent been an ordinary 7th Order master, then it would not have been hard for him to regain the advantage. He could easily exhibit to his opponent what the difference in orders signified in terms of strength. However, this young 7th Order master was clearly not ordinary. Each time their world forces clashed, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple could vividly sense the extreme density and purity of his opponent's strength. It was not the kind of strength that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master was supposed to have. Judging by the purity alone, it was comparable to his own. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple could not help but feel stunned by this. He could not figure out how this young 7th Order master could cultivate the strength within his small universe to this extent. He had encountered numerous 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters in his life, but none were comparable to the young man in front of him now. The higher the purity of the world force, the more powerful the cultivator was. Moreover, the rigorousness of this young man's world force was also remarkable. It far surpassed what was to be expected from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Where did this freak come from? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple was thoroughly perplexed. Apart from that, he was also shocked by the young 7th Order master's accomplishments in the Spear Dao. All his life, he focused on cultivating his Sword Dao. Even after becoming a Black Ink disciple, he never stopped doing so. Thus, after so many years, he had reached a very high state of attainment in it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5218, Junior, you're a difficult one to deal with. If it is a joy that annihilates the self, then I'd rather not know it. Do you persist down your misguided path, little friend? Our beliefs differ. We will never see eye to eye on this. Since you insist on doing things the hard way, don't blame this old master for not showing you any mercy. True enough, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks became a lot more ruthless. He indeed had a great appreciation for talent, but Yang Kai's staunch attitude dissuaded him from trying to convince him further. Furthermore, it would not be safe to linger too long here. Although the human army had left some time ago, several dozen humans managed to flee earlier, so if the human 8th Order masters found out he survived by faking his death, they might send a division commander over and deal with him. Considering the condition he was in right now, he would be doomed if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master came. With a flick of his long sword, the sword waves combined together and struck at Yang Kai's head. Under the crushing strength of the Black Ink disciple's blow, Yang Kai's body shook violently. Even though he mustered all of his strength to withstand the blow, it was still too much. The piercing sword chi slashed through his clothes and his blood began to gush out of the wounds. The force of that powerful blow sent Yang Kai flying back as if he had been launched from a cannon. Even so, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple did not let up on the attacks. Again and again, he slashed his sword and sent flurry after flurry of relentless sword chi out. From a distance, the endless waves of sword chi seemed to form a long river that ended where Yang Kai stood. Profound sword paradises chasing stars and moon sword art. At last, Yang Kai realized what this black ink disciple's background was. After fighting on the black ink battlefield for many years, he became acquainted with many of the elites from various cave heavens and paradises. Thus, he knew a thing or two about the unique divine abilities and secret techniques of the cave heavens and paradises. It was clear that this black ink disciple was using the chasing stars and moon sword art, which was one of profound sword paradise's core sword arts. However, this knowledge did nothing to influence the course of this somber fight. Both Yang Kai and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple were survivors of the brutal battle that took place earlier. Even though the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's injuries were a lot more severe than Yang Kai's, he was still one order higher than Yang Kai, and one order's difference was enough to give him a compelling advantage. Any other 7th Order master would have probably died at the hands of this 8th Order Black Ink disciple by now, but as it was, the one up against him was Yang Kai. Even so, Yang Kai seemed to have a hard time dealing with the never-ending storm of attacks. Despite unleashing his supreme limitless spear art to its fullest force, it was still hard for him to withstand the ferocity of his opponent's sword skills. The savage sword chi's overbearing power left Yang Kai's body littered with wounds. As the Black Ink disciple's sword waves continued to wash over Yang Kai, the distance between them grew smaller, and the Black Ink disciple's sword intent grew colder. Yang Kai's instincts flared from the looming sense of danger. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that once the distance between them closed to a certain range, the Black Ink disciple was sure to unleash a devastating divine ability. When that happened, it would be a life-or-death moment for Yang Kai. But why would Yang Kai allow his opponent's plans to come to fruition? As the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's figure continued to approach, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. All of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's strength dissipated due to the instability of his small universe. In that instant, he could barely even hold onto his sword. Yang Kai was not about to miss his chance. His fist swung out with great force and smashed it straight into the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head. With Yang Kai's current cultivation combined with the terrifying physical strength that his dragon vein bestowed upon him, as well as the proximity between him and his opponent, the Black Ink disciple's head would certainly explode if struck by such a blow. However, his opponent was still an 8th Order master, and in this life-or-death crisis, he still managed a response, causing the huge growth on his shoulder to explode and eject a concentrated mass of black ink strength. The black ink strength swiftly formed into a massive jaw that swallowed Yang Kai's approaching fist. The sudden disruption made Yang Kai freeze in shock for a moment. He never thought that the abnormal growth on his opponent's shoulder possessed such a strange ability. All along, he assumed that the growth was merely a malformity left behind when this Black Ink disciple relied on black ink strength to break through beyond his natural limits. When Yang Kai's fist entered the gigantic jaw formed by the black ink strength, he immediately felt as if something sticky was clinging to it. The further his fist traveled, the more its strength was weakened. By the time Yang Kai's fist struck the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head, the power behind it had been at least halved. Even though it was a weakened blow though, it still managed to send the 8th Order Black Ink disciple flying backwards. However, his head did not explode the way Yang Kai had predicted it would. The sword was yanked from Yang Kai's body just as the Black Ink disciple flew backwards, drawing a grunt of pain and a splash of blood from him. Even so, Yang Kai did not have the time to dwell on his injury. Now that he had finally managed to use his cow punch, everything he had done that led up to this would be wasted if he could not defeat his opponent before the latter was able to recover. Yang Kai estimated that his cow punch's effects would only last another 3 breaths of time. Thus, when the Black Ink disciple went flying backwards, Yang Kai stepped forward as well, and with a surge of space principles, he followed closely behind. Drawing on the remaining world force in his small universe, Yang Kai summoned a new Great Sunday. The Golden Crow's calls echoed. Yang Kai raised the Great Sun and sent it crashing down on the Black Ink Disciple. The moment the Black Ink Disciple flew backwards, though, he was already wary of Yang Kai's subsequent actions. He was at the weakest he had ever been as his small universe continued to shake and rumble. Never would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could push back against an 8th Order Master like him to this extent. It was humiliation beyond compare. None of his previous admiration or appreciation for Yang Kai's talents remained. All he wanted to do now was to take Yang Kai's life to make up for the indignity he felt. His opponent charged at him and once again used his divine manifestation that appeared like a great Sunday. The Black Ink Disciple had to admit that this divine manifestation's strength was formidable. Even an 8th Order Master like him dared not underestimate it. However, he had seen this move before and understood its power, so knew how to defend himself from it. He could not wait until his small universe stabilized, so he bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword. The blood essence fully seeped into the sword, and suddenly, the dim artifact glowed radiantly. With his sword empowered by his blood essence, the Black Ink Disciple slashed out at Yang Kai ferociously. This attack was enough to deflect his opponent's Great Sun divine manifestation. Although he would also suffer the aftereffects of using this attack, it was still better than dying on the spot. All he needed was to buy himself a little more time. Once the shaking in his small universe calmed, he would easily be able to crush his gravely injured opponent. However, just as he struck this blow, to his horror, yet another gust of force appeared all of a sudden. If the Great Sun gave off scorching heat, then this force felt like a frigid winter. Together with the dazzling Great Sun, a full moon rose up above his 7th Order opponent's head. The sun and moon appeared together. In all the years that this Black Ink Disciple had lived, he had never seen such a mystifying scene. However, together with his awe, he felt an even greater sense of danger. With a loud roar, he forcefully channeled even more force into his attack, trying to execute it before it was too late. He did not know what divine ability his opponent was using, but he could tell that in his current state, he could not defend against it. All he could do was try to preempt his opponent for the chance of survival. As the Black Ink Disciple's sword slashed towards Yang Kai, he used the cover of the Great Sun to cast Water Reflects the Moon. The Great Sun to his left, the full moon to his right. When they began to revolve around him, yin and yang intertwined, and the sun and moon combined into a spinning kaleidoscope as space principles erupted out. In an instant, a mysterious force manifested. Formless and undetectable, this force seemed from the swirling sun and moon. Space shattered and time froze. Terror filled the remaining eye of the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple who had his long sword held out in front of him. At that moment, he could feel his thoughts coming to an abrupt halt as everything around him seemed to warp and distort. He had never felt anything like this before, and the sensation left him petrified. He watched as the sun and moon locked together and spiraled towards him, enveloping him in a kind of domain that he had no way of escaping. That singular moment seemed to stretch out as if it lasted millions of years. As the dazzling light of the sun and moon that had lit up the void slowly died out, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple stood frozen in place, his long sword still stretched out in front of him, barely a palm's length away from Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was ghostly pale and his aura was completely depleted. Fresh blood continued to flow out of the wound in his chest where the long sword had previously impaled him. There was also a long wound that stretched from his forehead down to his abdomen. His body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood which made him look completely wretched. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5220, North-South Army's Casualties. Yang Kai's nearly dried-up small universe slowly began to restore its strength, but the progress was akin to water trickling into a bottomless well. Thus, he mustered the energy to stuff a pill into his mouth to speed up the process. The very next moment, he leaped to his feet and warily observed the surroundings. He sensed the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master somewhere out there, and it was swiftly approaching. However, after realizing which direction the aura was coming from, Yang Kai sighed in relief. The aura was coming from the direction of Great Evolution Pass, and if his guess was correct, the source was one of the North-South Army's 8th Order Division commanders. From the looks of it, the 30 or so humans who returned to the purifying black ink battleship via the universe array must have reported the news to the higher-ups. As a result, the North-South Army swiftly dispatched one of the 8th Order Masters to check on the situation. Sure enough, just moments later, a short and slender 8th Order Open Heaven Master appeared in front of Yang Kai with a grim expression. He studied Yang Kai for a moment and was secretly shocked by the severity of his wounds. Although he did not know what happened earlier, from the state that Yang Kai was in now, he knew enough to tell that Yang Kai had just fought a desperate life-or-death battle. After looking around and noticing that Yang Kai was alone, he asked, "This old master is Cha Pu, Northern Army, 4th Division Commander. I am here on a rescue mission under the orders of the Army Commander. Are you Yang Kai?" "I am," Yang Kai nodded. "Where's the 8th Order Black Ink disciple?" "Dead." "You killed him?" Cha Pu was visibly taken aback. That Black Ink disciple was heavily injured and lost most of his combat ability. This junior was fortunate enough to eke out a victory, Yang Kai answered. Cha Pu nodded lightly without asking further. "In that case, come with me. We'll reconvene with the rest of the army." He did not ask Yang Kai how the latter managed to kill an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even if the Black Ink disciple was gravely injured, he was still an 8th Order Master. However, since Yang Kai was still standing here and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was missing, it meant that Yang Kai did emerge victorious, so there was no reason to continue probing. "Please wait, sir. There's still one more person," Yang Kai said as his figure flickered and disappeared all of a sudden. Cha Pu raised his brow. "Space principles?" Naturally, Yang Kai left to find the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had pushed out into the depths of the void earlier. He was in no position to take care of anyone else while engaged in a battle against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so he had no choice but to send her far away before the fight began. When he sent her away though, Yang Kai left a space beacon with her, so it was easy enough for him to locate her. With a ripple of the space principles, he emerged beside the unconscious woman. Yang Kai was slightly heartened to find that she was not harmed by the fight between him and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. She was still unconscious and drifting through the void due to the force he exerted earlier. He caught her and swiftly returned. Soon he was back with Cha Pu. "You did well," Cha Pu praised. "Do you have the strength left to trigger the universe transference law?" "Yes, I do," Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Excellent. Do it and return to the Army's purifying black ink battleship." Cha Pu took the woman from Yang Kai and placed her inside his small universe. He then waited until Yang Kai had successfully left with the universe transference law before using it himself. Once the two of them walked out of the purifying black ink battleship's universe array and stepped foot on the deck, Yang Kai immediately sensed the constant fluctuation of unrelenting forces some distance away. It seemed as if life auras were being extinguished with every breath. It seemed the North-South Army was still pursuing the Black Ink Clan Army, which was fleeing back to Great Evolution Pass. From the way the situation looked now, the two armies had been clashing for quite some time. Mi Jinglun was standing on the deck of the ship and staring off into the distance with a pair of gleaming eyes. Upon noticing someone's approach, Mi Jinglun turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was alive and well, albeit looking extremely miserable and exhausted. The lower-order cultivators might not know of Yang Kai's importance, but as an army commander, Mi Jinglun was fully aware of the situation. Although Yang Kai was merely in the 7th Order, his presence had a direct correlation with the speed at which the old ancestor's strength could be restored. In this campaign to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, the old ancestor had specifically requested for Yang Kai to come along with them in order to take advantage of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If a sudden misfortune fell upon Yang Kai, the old ancestor would lose an important source of support. Would that not multiply the difficulty of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass? Earlier on, Mi Jinglun instructed Yang Kai to stay back and recover because he did not want Yang Kai to join the subsequent fight and endanger himself. How could he have known that there was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had survived by faking his death back at the initial battlefield? Mi Jinglun had nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the news and had immediately sent Cha Pu over to rescue Yang Kai. Thankfully, Yang Kai was safe. Cha Pu came over to Mi Jinglun and used his divine sense to give a summarized report of what he knew. Mi Jinglun's expression became a little peculiar as he nodded lightly. Cha Pu brought out the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had placed inside his small universe and passed her to one of the nearby soldiers before he jumped back into the battlefield. You don't need to join the rest of the fight. Just rest and tend to your injuries. Mi Jinglun eyed Yang Kai and added, the sword wounds are going to be a little trickier to tackle. Remember to clear out the sword chi and sword intent when you tend to them. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded and looked out into the distance. Although the battle was fierce, he could not tell what the situation was like for the two armies, so he had to ask, how are things going, sir? Mi Jinglun smiled faintly, reasonably well. Can we take them all down? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. During the main battle, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad had drained themselves of all their strength and had no choice but to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, Yang Kai continued to weave his way through the battlefield alone and did so multiple times. The two Special Operations Squads stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and witnessed everything clearly. They sorely wished they could rush out to fight alongside Yang Kai, but they did not have any strength left in them. Not being able to stand with him till the end was an immense regret. Pardon me for asking, but may I know how I should address you, senior brother? Yang Kai asked a little apologetically. They had fought a life-or-death battle together, but Yang Kai still had no idea what the other man's name was. The Profound Wind Squad leader chuckled heartily. I forgot to tell you my name, Brother Yang. I am Ma Gao. So it is Senior Brother Ma. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting before asking a little solemnly, Senior Brother Ma, what was the outcome of the battle? As you know, I've been tending to my injuries after my return, so I don't know what happened in the end. Yang Kai had intended to find out from Mi Jinglun, but since he ran into Ma Gao, it was easy enough to ask him instead. Ma Gao sighed when he heard the question. Yang Kai's heart lurched at Ma Gao's response. What's the matter? Did things go badly for us humans? Yang Kai felt this was unlikely, having spoken to Mi Jinglun before he went to recover from his injuries, as the latter had said that things were going well for the humans. Did something happen after that to turn the tides? No, it didn't go badly for us humans. During the battle, our Great Evolution North-South Army managed to slaughter over 300,000 of the Black Ink Clan Army, along with 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples. You could say it was a great victory for us. Ma Gao paused for a moment before continuing, but we suffered quite a number of casualties too. How many? 4 8th Order Division commanders, and 3,000 of those beneath the 8th Order, Ma Gao reported sorrowfully. Yang Kai froze for a moment before sighing heavily. Just by numbers alone, the humans did not lose even a tenth of what the Black Ink clan did, but this was not the way to quantify the battle casualties. Ever since the humans began standing guard on the Black Ink battlefield of all the various Great Passes, there had never been a battle with this many casualties aside from the one where Great Evolution Pass had been lost. The loss of 4 8th Order Division commanders was particularly damaging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. It was thanks to this large number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the North-South Army could gain an upper hand when fighting against the top masters from the previous Black Ink Clan army, which only had between 40 and 50 territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples combined. There was no doubt that the humans held an advantageous position in such a battle. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciples had gone mad during the pursuit and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the territory lords, which caused the division commanders from the North-South Army to be wary, all of the territory lords would have been killed during the battle. The North-South Army chased after the Black Ink Clan army for 4 days, but just as the enemy seemed ready to break, the Black Ink Clan reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass arrived. When the Black Ink army had retreated from the initial battle, they must have sent some people to seek help from the garrison at Great Evolution Pass. Upon learning that the humans had ambushed their clansmen, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were shocked. Figuring that the humans would be exhausted from a protracted battle, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass decided to make a move. About a day's travel from Great Evolution Pass, the retreating Black Ink army and their reinforcements met. The North-South Army dealt with this grouping for a while. However, knowing that they were unable to kill all these Black Ink clansmen, they had no choice but to retreat to recuperate. The North-South Army then established a base about 2 days' march from Great Evolution Pass. They didn't intend to cover themselves up as they blatantly hovered in the void in front of Great Evolution Pass, as if declaring they would attack anyone who dared to come out. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses this time. They had lost about 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total, so they didn't dare to provoke the humans for the time being. Both parties peacefully coexisted for now, but they all knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Perhaps an incident would take place at any moment and shatter the peace. Regardless, this was the situation that those from the North-South Army wanted to see. The previous battle was the most dangerous they had ever experienced, and many were either killed or injured, so they needed time to recover. Hence, they were glad to see the Black Ink clan not make a move for now. After the talk with Ma Gao, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the current situation. Ma Gao had other matters to attend to, so he soon left the place. After watching him leave, Yang Kai continued shuffling towards the conference hall. When he arrived, he waited for the person on guard to inform the army commander about his arrival. Soon, he was told to see the army commander. Upon entering the hall, he saw that Mi Jingluan and O Yanglai were having a discussion. They soon made a decision, then O Yanglai left the place in a hurry. It was only then that Mi Jingluan had time to attend to Yang Kai. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why don't you rest for a bit longer? I doubt you've fully recovered." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I'm fine. I just came here to bid you farewell. The old ancestor and the royal lord must have fought with each other, so perhaps the old ancestor will need my help." Mi Jingluan nodded. "I agree. In that case, you'd better get going now. Do you have a word that you want me to pass on to others?" Yang Kai asked. After giving it some thought, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Please tell brothers Xiang and junior sister Lu that I won't allow the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to trouble the East-West Army, so they can act without constraints." "I'll be sure to tell them." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." "Be careful on your way," Mi Jingluan nodded. Yang Kai didn't have to bid anyone else farewell, so after leaving Mi Jingluan's office, he flew off towards the depths of the void. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. As he manipulated space principles, his figure flickered. He would also try to activate the universe transference law from time to sense the location of the East-West Army's purifying Black Ink battleship. He faced no obstacles along the way. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the outskirts of the Black Ink clan's territory. Usually, there would be a lot of Black Ink clansmen in such a place. However, there wasn't even one Black Ink clansman in sight at this moment. He even passed by a feudal lord's fief and realized that there were no living creatures around. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen had completely vanished. This place was close enough for him to activate the universe transference law and return to the purifying black ink battleship in the East-West Army, so he came to a stop before doing so. A glowing array appeared beneath his feet, and by the time the light faded, Xianxia had disappeared. He was extremely familiar with the universe array and the interior of the purifying black ink battleships, so when he arrived, he promptly headed to the space array on the side, and through it arrived on the deck of this purifying black ink battleship. There would always be a person guarding the space array of the purifying black ink battleship in the North-South Army, and similarly, there was a person guarding this place. The moment this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Xianxia, his eyes brightened. "Senior Brother Yang." Xianxia nodded lightly. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly followed up. "The Army Commander has ordered that you are to immediately see him on your return." "I'll head over now." As Xianxia spoke, he turned to look in a certain direction. "When he left the North-South Army one day ago, he told me Jinglun that the old ancestor and the Royal Lord should have exchanged moves. Now, it seemed that they were still fighting. He could tell because he could still feel the horrifying energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the void even though he was far away from their source. Those were clearly the repercussions of the fight between the old ancestor and the Royal Lord. Many days had passed, but they were still locked in an intense battle. Xianxia was astounded. Before the North-South Army ambushed the Black Ink Clan army, he had already felt the initial fallout of the beginning of their battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since then, but they were still fighting. It seemed that they were in a deadlock. After giving it a thought though, Xianxia realized that this wasn't too surprising. Once powerful beings like the old ancestor and the Royal Lord got into a fight, there wouldn't be an outcome in a short time. There were 30,000 human soldiers, 2,000 to 3,000 warships, and 60 or so 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this army. In order to deal with such a horrifying force, they had to mobilize an equal number of Territory Lords and 8th-order Black Ink disciples as well as several 100,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers. If there hadn't been so many Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, they could have come together and intercepted the East-West Army in order to stop them from approaching the royal city. Nevertheless, there were about 1 million Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, with roughly an equal number of Black Ink Clansmen left in the Black Ink Clan's domain. If they sent several 100,000 people to attack the humans, the defense around the royal city would be significantly weakened. No one would dare to expose the royal city to such a huge risk. It would be wonderful if they could defeat the humans and stop them from advancing further. However, if they lost the battle, they would no longer be able to protect the royal city. It would also be unwise to divide themselves into smaller groups. Only by gathering all their forces together in the royal city would they stand a chance to deal with the humans. Therefore, the territory lords responsible for protecting the royal city told the territory lords who were on their way to hasten their pace and only send some small groups to harass the humans in an attempt to slow them down. Their strategy was indeed effective as, although there were a lot of 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West Army, they couldn't be constantly on the lookout for harassment from all directions. These small groups from the Black Ink Clan ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 in number and were like vipers that were hiding in the darkness as they waited for a chance and jumped out from all directions to bite the East-West Army. The humans were initially unsuspecting, so they suffered some losses. Nevertheless, the leaders soon adapted. Following Xianxia's order, the 8th Order Division commanders scattered around the army to maintain a perimeter. Since then, the harassment from the Black Ink Clan became significantly less effective. Every time the Black Ink Clan launched a sneak attack, they would suffer immense losses. Presently, the East-West Army hadn't been greatly affected, but they were not sure what would happen when they arrived at the royal city. The leaders would have to make a decision then. Feng Ying and the others were curious about what was going on with the North-South Army, so they asked Xianxia about it. Xianxia didn't inform the members of Dawn when he left a while back. Nevertheless, as he remained missing for such a long time, Feng Ying and the others naturally grew curious. After asking around, they found out that Yang Kai had left their army and headed to Great Evolution Pass in order to contact the North-South Army. Since he had returned, it suggested that he had completed his task. Yang Kai told them that the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink Clan's army. Although they had killed a lot of their opponents, 4 8th Order Division's commanders and 3,000 cultivators below the 8th Order had lost their lives. When they heard this solemn news, all of them fell silent. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, they knew that it would be a dangerous journey. Despite that, none of them had experienced any real danger so far. As Yang Kai brought up the number of losses, they realized that it was more dangerous than they had imagined. 4 8th Order Division commanders lost their lives, so how were weaker cultivators like them supposed to protect themselves? Perhaps they would lose their lives in the next battle. With that said, all of them had been cultivating for countless years, and it wasn't the first day they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. This simple move would put the Black Ink Clan soldiers in a tight spot. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the leaders of the army were indeed like aged ginger, spicier than the young stuff. With that said, if he were the one in charge, he would have made the same decision. It was the best option. It wasn't that hard to arrange a set of void yin-yang mirrors. There were 2 sets of mirrors, namely the yin mirrors and the yang mirrors. Currently, there were 8 mirrors set up in different places in the void. When the artifacts were activated, the place that was locked by yin mirror and yang mirror would flip like a mirror, initiating an exchange between 2 places. Shortly after, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were done setting up the artifacts. Now, all they had to do was wait. When the division commanders found an appropriate universe world, they would activate the void yin-yang mirrors. The Black Ink clansmen were both furious and astounded when the human soldiers marched towards them. However, when they saw that the humans had stopped in a place that would take half a day to reach from the royal city, they breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly, what the humans had been doing couldn't be hidden from the territory lords. However, they had no idea what the humans were up to. Before they ascertained the humans' intentions, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move, nor would they be willing to do so. All the territory lords hoped that the royal lord could defeat or even kill the human old ancestor. Once the most powerful master on the human side was removed from the picture, the humans would automatically lose the fight. Having said that, it wasn't likely to happen, for it wasn't easy to deal with an old ancestor. Initially, they hoped that their fellow clansmen from Great Evolution Pass would come so that they could pincer the humans from both sides. However, the news they heard from Great Evolution Pass enraged them. The cunning humans had left behind an army just outside of Great Evolution Pass. As they clashed, the Black Ink clansmen coming out of Great Evolution Pass were either killed or seriously injured. Left with no choice, they were forced to confront the human race army there. The territory lords looked intently and saw some dots of light flickering in the void. The dots of light were already dazzling the moment they appeared. As the dots of light resonated with each other, they seemed to seal a portion of the void within them. The next instant, layers of ripples started spreading from the void that was locked by the lights. In the battle against the Black Ink clan outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, the East-West Army managed to kill close to 300,000 Black Ink clan soldiers and 11 territory lords. Those were all territory lords from the Great Evolution Theater. The same thing happened outside Azure Void Pass. All of the reinforcements who had been fighting there from Great Evolution Theater were defeated. As a result, some 20 territory lords from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. It could be said that they had suffered tremendous losses. Hence, there were a total of only about 70 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater right now, and they were divided into two groups. One of the groups was in Great Evolution Pass while the other was in the Royal City. The numbers were basically equally divided. The humans' intentions were obvious, so the territory lords could naturally see it. At that moment, more than 30 territory lords were locked in an argument, with two opposing points of view. One of the groups thought that the human soldiers must be exhausted from the long journey, so now was the time to attack. At the very least, they wouldn't allow the humans to provoke them by building a forward base just outside the royal city. These aggressive territory lords were the majority. This couldn't be helped, as the Great Evolution Theater had been completely ruled over by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years. Over the years, they had always regarded the entire theater as their territory. Certainly, they couldn't put up with these humans who came out of nowhere and made a scene in their home. Compared to these aggressive territory lords, the other group was more conservative. Through the Black Ink nests, they had learned about the outcome of the war at Great Evolution Pass. After that war, 6 territory lords, over 28th Order Black Ink disciples, and 300,000 soldiers had lost their lives. The number of casualties was terrifying. In the Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan had never suffered such immense losses over the past 30,000 years. And all this was also when they were facing far fewer human soldiers. From what they had gathered, only 30,000 humans had fought in that battle in total. Although they had a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their warships certainly played a big role, the outcome showed that the humans were truly powerful. 30,000 humans could already kill so many Black Ink clansmen outside of Great Evolution Pass, so the same number of humans outside the royal city wouldn't be weak either. If they got into a fight, the humans would definitely suffer, but the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in a better state. They might even come out worse than before. Whatever the outcome, it was inevitable for some of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples to lose their lives if they fought. Since the stronger Black Ink clansmen all innately feared death, they were worried that they would be the ones getting killed. The conservative territory lords knew that by not making a move now, it was like giving the humans a chance to sharpen their blades, and once those blades were sharp enough, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. With that said, they had their own considerations. The battle between the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor hadn't ended. Everything would be fine if the Royal Lord won the battle. However, if the Royal Lord was defeated, and they didn't manage to defeat the enemy at their doorstep, the royal city would be destroyed. Therefore, they wanted to play it safe for now so that they would remain a threat to the humans. Furthermore, it had been some time since the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor first clashed, so they figured it would not be long before the battle came to an end. Certainly, he could clearly see that the Old Ancestor had returned. As he had come into close contact with the Old Ancestor before, he could sense that something was off despite her grandiose return. It seems that she is badly injured. Just like he had expected, the reason the Old Ancestor requested he join this campaign was that she wanted to make use of his small universe to recuperate. Therefore, once the Old Ancestor clashed with the Royal Lord, she would go all out despite knowing that she would be injured. As such, the battle between them wouldn't last for a long time. Since the Old Ancestor had returned, Yang Kai supposed that his help would be needed. At the thought of this, he told Feng Ying to see him, then said, "When I'm not around, all of you have to stay safe should there be a battle." Feng Ying asked curiously, "Do you have a new task?" Yang Kai replied, "Maybe." The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light shot up from the forward base and dashed towards them. Upon arrival, the person revealed himself and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you," senior brother Yang. Understood, Yang Kai nodded. I'll be going now. He then followed the person and flew towards the universe world. However, they didn't land on the side that was facing the royal city. Instead, they circled around the universe world and came to its other side. It was then the person started descending. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of a mountain valley, where Yang Kai's guide said, "Just keep going forward, senior brother. The army commander is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai thanked him and stepped forward. A while later, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Xianxia and Lu Zhiping were waiting for him. Yang Kai saluted them and looked into the valley. However, at this moment, it was covered in clouds. The inside of the valley gave off a dangerous feeling. Apparently, it was shrouded in a grand array. "How is the old ancestor now?" Yang Kai asked. Xianxia replied, "Go in and see for yourself." As Xianxia spoke, he tossed something to Yang Kai. "This token can be used to control the grand array in this valley. Don't lose it." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then activated his power to refine the token. A moment later, he lifted the token and waved it at the grand array in the valley. A beam of light shot into the valley, and as the clouds weltered, a portal that led inside was revealed. Yang Kai stepped into the portal, which slowly shut behind him. From the outside, the valley seemed to be filled with clouds. However, the moment Yang Kai stepped inside, he realized that there were no clouds at all. It was just a normal valley. Due to the fact that the entire universe world was desolate, this valley was pretty barren as well. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5227, Old Ancestor was abducted. Half a day later, the hunter, who hadn't found any prey, was both exhausted and hungry. He scooped up some water from a spring with his hands to quench his thirst, but while he was drinking it, he became startled all of a sudden. That was because he could see a simple-looking log house in front of him. He didn't remember there being a log house on the mountain. Although this place was far away from his usual hunting area, he had been here before, and he was certain he had never seen this log house in the past. Out of curiosity, he shuffled towards the log house and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" No one responded to him after he shouted several times. Left with no choice, he apologized and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Yang Kai had built the log house in a hurry to put a roof over the old ancestor's head, so there was nothing inside other than a bed, which the old ancestor's petite figure was currently curled up on. The instant the hunter entered the house, he saw the figure on the bed and was both doubtful and wary. Although he was an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, cultivation wasn't a secret on the Void Continent, and the hunter knew that the youngsters in the neighboring village had always wanted to join a nearby sect. The hunter also had such a dream when he was younger. 1,000 kilometers away from the village, there was a sect named Water Moon Pavilion that would recruit new disciples every few years. When the hunter was younger, he traveled all the way to Water Moon Pavilion with that dream in mind and participated in the disciple recruitment in the hope that he could join the sect and become a mighty expert who could fly through the sky one day. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor, so the senior experts were not interested in taking him in as a disciple. He was swiftly eliminated from the disciple recruitment. After his dream was crushed, the hunter wandered around the continent for several years and eventually, he returned to his hometown and built a family of his own. Compared to the other hunters in the village, he was more experienced as he knew that other than cultivators, there were also some special beings in this world. Spirits. It was said that when some spirits had cultivated long enough, they could assume human forms. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference, but apparently there was a class of evil spirits known as vixens. Rumor had it that vixens loved turning into beautiful young ladies to seduce energetic young men. Therefore, the moment the hunter saw that there was a strange-looking log house with a young girl inside, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he might have run into a spirit. He felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as it was said that there were good and bad spirits, However, he couldn't differentiate the good spirits from the bad ones. Upon closer look though, he realized that the petite figure on the bed was quite pitiful looking. Even if she was really a spirit, she was a frail one. Why would he be afraid of her when he was a fully grown man? With that thought in mind, he stopped feeling anxious. He initially wanted to leave the house in silence. After all, he wasn't sure if the petite figure was a spirit, but just when he was preparing to step out of the log house, he froze for a moment. That was because he could hear that there was something off about the petite figure's breathing. As an experienced hunter, he understood the prey on the mountain fully well. When animals were wounded and dying, they would breathe just like the young girl, intermittently and weakly. There was a tinge of hesitation on the hunter's face. A moment later, he grit his teeth and shuffled towards the bed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5228, Please Stop Making Trouble, Old Ancestor. In the end, Dr. Kai left behind a prescription slip. Faced with the threat, he didn't think he could reason with the stout woman, who was holding a rolling pin. With that said, he wouldn't dare to prescribe any strong medicine. The herbs on the slip could be easily found on the mountain and were simply meant to nurture one's blood essence. There wouldn't be a problem even if the young girl really consumed them. The hunter personally sent Dr. Kai back to the village, then returned to his home in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but the stout woman was still seated by the bed as she looked lovingly at the little girl. The hunter felt moved at the sight. It had been over 20 years since they got married, so he was fully aware of his wife's temperament. He had never seen her behaving so gently before. He hadn't had any food for the entire day, and he was exhausted from all the traveling. Hence, he was both knackered and starving, so he said to his wife, "Let's have dinner. I'll get some rest after the meal, and look for those herbs in the morning." The stout woman grunted in agreement and picked up the rolling pin before shuffling towards the kitchen. At the break of dawn, the hunter left the house to do some hunting and looked for the herbs on the prescription. He made a living by hunting on the mountain, so he was also familiar with the herbs in this area. As such, it wasn't hard for him to carry out both tasks, though it did require some experience and luck. The hunter returned before dusk. He was lucky this time as he had captured a roe deer and found some herbs. He passed everything to his wife so that she could prepare dinner and feed the little girl. It was a small village with only more than a dozen families living here. Hence, everyone soon found out that the hunter had picked up a little girl from the mountain and would come over and take a look at her from time to time. Although the villagers had never received any formal education, they were all kind-hearted people. Hence, no one would gossip about this child who came out of nowhere. They just felt sorry that she had to go through so much pain at such a young age. The neighbors were kind enough to lend them a hand. Whenever the other hunters went up the mountain, they would always bring back some herbs and pass them to the stout woman. The hunter also returned to the log house several times in an attempt to search for her family members, but his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed just like that. Although they fed her with herbal soup and broth every day, the child that the hunter had brought back remained unconscious. With that said, the couple was relieved that the little girl now looked healthier than before. Her face was no longer horrifyingly pale as some color had been restored to it. That made them feel increasingly hopeful. 4 months had passed since the hunter picked up the girl, and one morning, the stout woman was preparing some broth as usual. She then brought it into the room to feed the little girl with it. Meanwhile, the hunter was sharpening his arrowheads in the yard. All of a sudden, the stout woman was heard exclaiming from the room, "Darling!" Shocked, the hunter promptly put down the arrow and dashed into the room before asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" In a dazed state, the stout woman pointed at the bed. The hunter looked in that direction and became astonished as well. That was because the little girl, who had been lying on the bed for 4 months, had sat up at this moment. She stared at them with a pair of eyes that were filled with puzzlement. "She's regained consciousness," the stout woman spoke in a shaking voice. At the thought of the possibility of Xiao leaving her, the stout woman was heartbroken. The hunter placated her by saying, "Well, I simply chanced upon a wealthy woman who lost something several years ago. She's just looking for it now. She might not necessarily be Xiao's relative." The stout woman's vision had turned blurred from all the crying. While sobbing, she said, "You said that the woman resembles Xiao, and she's looking for something she lost. Who else could she be if she's not Xiao's mother?" At that, the hunter fell silent. In fact, such a thought sprang into his mind the moment he saw the woman. That was because Xiao indeed took after her. While the stout woman continued bawling, the hunter remained silent. A moment later, he said, "The child has her own parents. The woman is from a wealthy family. If Xiao goes back to her, she'll have a bright future. It's much better than staying with us here. In the future, she'll be able to marry a good man." Xiao was a friendly and outgoing young girl, so she flashed a sweet smile at the woman and asked, "How are you, madam?" The woman put on a smile as well, such a good child. She beckoned to a servant, who then came forward with a lunchbox. The woman bent her back and passed the lunchbox to Xiao. "I made this. It's delicious. Give it a try." Xiao turned to look at the hunter as though she was asking for his permission. Her gaze suggested that she badly wanted the food. This couldn't be helped, as she could never resist good food. However, the hunter had fallen into a dazed state. This was different from what he had imagined. Although the woman seemed to be fond of Xiao, it didn't look like she had identified the latter to be her relative. Could it be? Agitated, the hunter asked, "Madam, you told me that you'd lost something the day before. Have you found it yet?" The woman shook her head. "I lost it several years ago, and I don't remember where I lost it. I just feel that this place looks familiar to me, so I thought I'd lost it around here. Unfortunately, it seems I was mistaken. In any case, it's not something so important, so I've decided to give up looking for it." The hunter, whose figure was stiff, became at ease in an instant. Martial Peak, Chapter 5232, Attacking the Royal City. Inside the house, the stout woman was seated on a chair as she embraced Xiao with a bright smile. She was so ecstatic that it was as though she had retrieved something irreplaceable she had lost. Xiao felt that her mother was strange on this day, but she was too young to understand the myriad of things in the world, therefore she couldn't specify what was odd. Presently, there was a lunch box in front of her. It was given to her by the wealthy woman on the mountain. The food inside the lunch box wasn't expensive, just some osmanthus cakes she had apparently made. Villagers like them had never seen such delicate cakes before, let alone eaten them. Half of the osmanthus cakes inside the lunchbox were gone, most of them having disappeared into Xiao's stomach. "Have another piece, mother." Xiao picked up an osmanthus cake and held it out for the stout woman. With a smile, the stout woman replied, "I'm not having any more. It's too sweet. Go on and eat it." "All right," Xiao replied and munched on the osmanthus cake. It was so delicious that she had the urge to swallow her own tongue as well. The hunter was getting ready for the hunting session the next day by sharpening his arrowheads. When he saw the heartwarming scene in the house, he wore a sincere smile. The North-South Army's forward base was located on an asteroid that would take a person 2 days to reach from Great Evolution Pass. 1 year ago, the North-South Army clashed with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Although they had killed a lot of their enemies, they had suffered some losses as well. The defeated Black Ink clansmen fled back to Great Evolution Pass and received help from their companions. Since then, they had not left Great Evolution Pass. 1 year had passed, and the North-South Army was now locked in a staring contest with the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass. They were like two beasts that bared their fangs at each other from a distance, but neither could kill the other party, so they didn't attack. After suffering a setback previously, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a rash move again. They were worried that there would be no turning back once they launched an attack. On the other hand, the North-South Army didn't have a way to deal with the Black Ink clansmen who refused to leave Great Evolution Pass. It wasn't until the humans became the attackers that they realized just how difficult dealing with a Great Pass was. Great Evolution Pass provided the best defense for the Black Ink clansmen, so if the North-South Army rashly launched an attack, many of their soldiers would lose their lives. Given the collective power of the North-South Army now, it would be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass in short order, and once they launched an attack and failed, they would lose their advantageous position. The army commander of the Southern Army, Xianxia, was an irascible person, so the deadlock they were faced with was giving him a headache. Therefore, he urged Mi Jingluen on a daily basis to come up with a way to lure the Black Ink clan out of Great Evolution Pass so that they could meet them in battle. Of course, Mi Jingluen didn't have a solution to this problem, or he would have used it already. As long as the Black Ink clan refused to leave Great Evolution Pass, there was little he could do. Please calm down, Brother Ouyang. We're faced with a stalemate here. Since the Black Ink clan won't leave the pass, it's hard for us to launch an attack. We have no other choice but to maintain the status quo. Mi Jingluen appeased Xianxia, who had repeatedly looked for him to discuss the plan to deal with the enemy. Undoubtedly, Xianxia could understand what the other man was talking about. There were two reasons why he had sent someone to the East-West Army. First of all, he really did need to exchange information with them. Secondly, he wanted to find out how the East-West Army was planning to attack the royal city. The royal city was protected by a large number of Black Ink clansmen, and the royal lord was around, so it wouldn't be easy for the East-West Army to attack given their current strength. Mi Jingluen had put himself in the shoes of the army commanders in the East-West Army and pondered on what he could do. He had come up with some possible solutions, but he didn't think they would be very effective, therefore, he wanted to find out how Xianxia would act. Meanwhile, the East-West Army was mobilizing at their forward base. The warships, which were initially docked on the universe world, rose into the sky and soared towards the void. When the 8th Order Division Commander Cha Pu, who was standing on a mountain, saw that, he appeared surprised and asked the person beside him, "Are you going to attack the royal city?" Cha Pu was the division commander of Northern Army's 4th Division. He was also the person Mi Jingluen had sent to this place to contact the East-West Army. Just like Mi Jingluen had expected, Cha Pu had arrived at this place 3 days ago. He came at a time when the East-West Army was about to carry out a grand plan, so he decided to stay and observe so that he could bring more details back to Mi Jingluen. The reason an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was asked to come to this place was that it was a long journey that was paved with danger. If a 7th Order Master was told to come here, he might not make it. Therefore, Mi Jingluen could only send an 8th Order Division Commander. It had been peaceful on the North-South Army's side recently, so it would be fine even though Cha Pu wasn't around. Additionally, he was the one who came to Yang Kai's rescue after the latter killed an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Presently, the person standing beside him was Xianxia's adjutant, Li Xing. Xianxia had ordered him to keep Cha Pu company and answer his questions. Now, the soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized as though they were going to attack the royal city. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that. This made Cha Pu feel worried. He had seen the defensive formation around the royal city. Given the East-West Army's current power, it would be unwise to directly attack the royal city. Once the two parties clashed, the East-West Army would suffer immense losses. Although he knew Xianxia wouldn't do something so foolish, he couldn't help but feel worried. To the side, Li Xing replied, "Don't worry about it, Marshal Uncle Cha. Sir Xiang has said that you just have to keep watching." Cha Pu turned to look at him with a smile. "Oh? Did senior brother Xiang say that? It seems that the mobilization of soldiers is just a pretense." Li Xing lowered his gaze. "I wouldn't dare to reveal details about ongoing military operations." He knew everything about the army as he was Xianxia's adjutant, but without his permission he wouldn't break secrecy. Chapu didn't intend to make things difficult for him, so after a nod he said, "Since you've said so, I'll be looking forward to it then. Let's see how senior brother Xiang is going to deal with the Black Ink clan." They fell silent after that. The mobilization of the East-West Army was swift. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from different divisions, who had been resting and building up their strength for the past year, boarded their warships and soon formed into a fleet. There were over 2,000 warships setting sail, giving off a menacing air. Certainly, what they were doing couldn't be hidden from the Black Ink clan, so those from the royal city instantly detected the anomaly. Che Kong was standing on the deck of his great ship. Seeing that, the feudal lords, who were the second layer of defense, quickly rose into the sky to assist them. In just a cup of tea's time, the universe worlds coming from the depths of the void were all shattered. What astonished the Black Ink clan was that there were 10 universe worlds this time, which was more than 3 times as many universe worlds as a year ago. Although they had destroyed all 10 universe worlds, they still couldn't rest easy, for after every universe world was shattered, the preset arrays on it would explode. In order to fend off the powers of those arrays and falling universe fragments, several 8th Order Black Ink disciples became wounded while many 7th Order Black Ink disciples and feudal lords lost their lives. As for the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the losses there were even more significant. Upon receiving the order, they had to do their best to intercept the universe fragments that were falling towards the royal city. More and more of them lost their lives as their auras continuously withered. Despite the Black Ink clan's best efforts though, they couldn't possibly block or deflect all the universe fragments. Finally, there came a moment when a universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. The moment of impact, all the remaining spirit arrays on the universe fragment detonated and turned into a dazzling light that engulfed all the Black Ink clansmen around it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5234, Hit and Run. The moment the universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located, all the Black Ink clansmen froze. Che Kong, who had remained in the center of the army as he had to prevent the humans from invading the city, felt his face twitching. All the Black Ink clansmen appeared horrified. They were not afraid that the universe world where the royal city was located would be destroyed. Although the universe fragment that crashed was huge, the Black Ink clan had launched a series of attacks on it, hence, it wouldn't cause tremendous damage to the royal city. They were also not concerned that the arrays on the universe fragment would explode and kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen. What they were afraid of was the impact that the crash would bring. While all the Black Ink clansmen were terrified, the dormant will in the royal lord's Black Ink nest awakened. It was the royal lord. In the end, the royal lord, who had been recuperating, was alerted. The will scanned the entire universe world and all the Black Ink clansmen as though he was trying to find out what was going on. Soon after, burning fury exuded from his will. 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen trembled like quails without a home in the winter. The royal lord's fury was obviously targeted at them, blaming them for their uselessness in allowing him to be disturbed when he was in a state of deep sleep. All the Black Ink clansmen knew what would happen when a person was interrupted when he was recuperating in a Black Ink nest. All the progress the royal lord had in healing over the last year would now go to waste. That was why the royal lord was infuriated. However, he didn't give any orders. Instead, he quickly slumbered off again. In fact, he didn't have time to give them instructions. To him, nothing was more important than his recovery. As long as he could make use of the Black Ink nest's power and restore his strength before the human old ancestor did, he would gain the upper hand. All the Black Ink clansmen knew that such a thing could never happen again. Otherwise, many people would lose their heads when the royal lord was done healing. While they were still ill at ease, energy fluctuations could be felt coming from the human army on the left side of the royal city as countless secret techniques and divine abilities were launched at them. At that instant, lights of different colors illuminated the entire void as the horrifying bombardment flew towards the royal city like a storm. Every attack was equivalent to a move made by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The arrays and artifacts on the warships were meant to maximize the humans' combat power. Therefore, every attack sent out from a warship was at least on par with what a 7th Order Master could produce. Simultaneously, a massive number of the divine abilities cast by the 8th Order Division commanders. Che Kong roared as the 600,000 or so Black Ink clansmen on the left of the royal city intercepted those attacks. Although the number of Black Ink clan outnumbered the humans 20-1, and they had fully activated their powers, they still couldn't intercept all the attacks. The rays of light clashed with the Black Ink clan soldiers, and as the powers within the rays of light exploded, many lost their lives. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who were positioned on the right side of the royal city to destroy the universe worlds, hurried over to provide assistance. Since all the universe worlds had been shattered, the humans no longer had a trump card, therefore, they wouldn't have to keep an eye on the right flank any longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5235. It's not the right time yet. This long-term plan that the leaders of the East-West Army had devised would require a lot of resources. Besides the fact that all 30,000 humans needed resources to cultivate, they would also need a massive amount of resources to build the arrays on the universe worlds. Without sufficient resources, those arrays wouldn't be useful. There was no doubt that Xianxia, as the army commander, was an expert in military affairs. This was proven after he was put in charge of the East-West Army. However, Lu Zhiping soon realized that he was a spendthrift who didn't seem to be aware that resources were hard to come by. In the initial stage of the East-West Army, the 8th Order Division commanders from different Great Passes had brought with them a large amount of resources to provision the campaign. It could be said that when the East-West Army was being built in Wind and Cloud Pass back then, they had an enormous amount of resources. The higher-ups had made a calculation and concluded that the resources were more than enough for all 30,000 cultivators in the East-West Army to use for 300 years, and there would still be something left over. 300 years was thought to be sufficient for them to retake Great Evolution Pass. As long as Great Evolution Pass was retaken, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources any longer. But in fact, resources that were supposed to be enough for 30,000 people to use for 100 years were squandered away by Xianxia in just 2 to 3 years. Upon learning that, Lu Zhiping was so frustrated that she almost passed out. After giving it a thought, it was obvious where the resources had gone. A while ago, Xianxia told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets to be sent to Great Evolution Pass in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention. Those puppets were all destroyed by the Black Ink clan. Now, they had to arrange tens of thousands, if not 100,000 arrays on each of the 13 universe worlds that were thrown at the royal city. All of those projects required a lot of resources. Regardless of how many resources they brought with them, it wouldn't last long given Xianxia's wanton spending. Xianxia was the epitome of a man who had no qualms about killing or spending money like water. This man, who had been dormant for 3,000 years and eventually returned to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, had both qualities. Lu Zhiping was no match for Xianxia when it came to her aptitude in warfare. Therefore, since the East-West Army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, Xianxia had been the one who made all the decisions. Lu Zhiping only assisted him from the side by analyzing the pros and cons of each plan. But this army commander of the Western Army was a woman at the end of the day, so she was naturally an expert in doing accounts and keeping a house in order, which was shown in how delicious the steamed stuffed buns that she made in the marketplace back in Inyang Pass were. Therefore, she directly decided to take control of the East-West Army's finances. Now, all 30,000 soldiers in the East-West Army faced a conundrum. At the rate they were using them, the resources they had could only last them 10 years. None of them could have expected that the first problem they faced in their mission to retake Great Evolution Pass would be about resources. After all, the resources sent to them from various Great Passes were supposedly enough to last them 300 years. They had speculated on what sorts of problems they might face except for the lack of resources. Without resources, they wouldn't be able to cultivate and the damaged warships couldn't be repaired, not to mention that their plan to attack the royal city with universe worlds would have to be stopped. He decided to stop persuading her and passed her something. Take this. When you decide to start cultivating one day, you can burn it. Someone will come over to pick you up. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. When Yuan cupped his fist at the couple, then left with the elder. After leaving the village, when Yuan asked, "Elder, does the child really have an extraordinary aptitude?" The elder shook his head. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I can't see through her either." When Yuan was astounded, "You can't see through her aptitude?" Then he asked in puzzlement, "In that case, why did you decide to take her on?" The elder chuckled, "That's exactly the reason I have to recruit her. Since we can't see it through, we can only let her prove her worth. If her aptitude is truly excellent, we'll gain a gifted disciple. However, if her aptitude is terrible, we won't lose anything but a few resources." Upon hearing his reason, when Yuan replied, "You're indeed intelligent, elder." He was still in a dilemma over the little girl's aptitude, but the elder had already come up with a solution. Regardless of whether the young girl had an amazing aptitude or not, they just had to accept her into their sect. They would find out the truth in the future. As long as she was a part of Water Moon Pavilion, her aptitude would no longer matter. After the elder and when Yuan were gone, Xiao looked down at the thing in her hand. It was an incense stick that didn't look special at all, but it was significantly shorter than the commonly seen incense sticks as it was only as long as an adult's finger. Moreover, it seemed that half of it had been burned. Only half of it is left. That old man is stingy. How could he give me something that someone else had used before? The reason she was able to pretend to only be in the immortal ascension boundary and have used up her potential in front of the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion was that she accidentally obtained a certain technique in the scripture pavilion of the sect. In the first year after she joined the sect, her performance was astounding, and it was then she realized that the more astonishing her performance was, the more unlikely she could leave the sect. Before Xiao was accepted into the Void Dao Temple, those from Water Moon Pavilion would never allow her to leave. Once she entered the legendary Void Dao Temple, she would never have a chance to return to the village. Therefore, she thought that it would be wonderful if there was a secret art that could help her conceal her cultivation. That was the reason she headed to the Scripture Pavilion, where she had really found such a secret art. She secretly memorized the secret art and started cultivating it. What surprised her was that it was extremely effective. Since she started cultivating that secret art, even the sect master and elders of Watermoon Pavilion were unable to find out the truth. All of them thought that she was still in the immortal ascension boundary when in fact, her cultivation had never stopped improving. Instead, it increased significantly day by day. It never crossed Xiao Zhao's mind that the secret art she had discovered would be so amazing. She headed to the scripture pavilion again to look for it, but she could no longer find the secret art. It was as though the secret art had appeared at that point just to grant her wish, and then disappeared. After concealing her cultivation for years, she finally achieved her goal and returned to the village. Xiao Xiao decided that she would never leave her parents again. Since her return, the couple had never asked her anything about cultivation. 4 years of separation didn't make them feel distant from each other. Instead, their bond had become even stronger. However, the couple could sense that Xiao Xiao was already different from the past. The most noticeable change was that she would frequently disappear for 1 or 2 hours, and when she returned, she would bring back a lot of delicious food. Whenever they went hunting, she could always detect the prey before everyone else did. And so, the days went by peacefully. Ultimately, the blade didn't manage to strike the black ink nest as it was grasped by the dark hand. The powers of the royal lord and the old ancestor clashed as the dazzling light expanded. Darkness and light were locked in confrontation above the royal city. After a short deadlock, the dazzling light pressed down again while the dark hand was forced lower, as though it was unable to resist the blade as it inched closer to the black ink nest. All the black ink clansmen felt their hearts leaping to their throats, for the sight suggested that the royal lord was at a disadvantage. The black ink clansmen were horrified, for if the royal lord couldn't resist this attack, his black ink nest would be destroyed. Once that happened, regardless of how many black ink clansmen there were, they would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. All of them would die sooner or later, with no hope for the future. Just as the black ink clansmen were growing anxious, even more black ink strength billowed from the black ink nest and streamed into the dark hand. With this new wave of black ink strength's help, the dark hand, which was originally being forced back, steadied itself. Not only did it get out of the disadvantageous position though, but it even started pushing the enemy back. The black ink clansmen were ecstatic. This situation suggested that the royal lord was only temporarily at a disadvantage after the sneak attack. Since he had rallied his strength, there was no way the old ancestor was a match for him. After all, a royal lord who was close to his black ink nest could make use of the black ink nest's power and exhibit strength beyond what he normally could. The clash between the blade and the dark hand soon ended. As the dark hand tightened its grip, the blade shattered and scattered into wisps of light. As the blade disappeared, the old ancestor turned into a ray of light and charged towards the royal lord's black ink nest. The enraged royal lord flew out, and the two figures, one big and one small, clashed above the royal city, shaking the heavens and shattering the earth. Unlike their previous exchange, the royal lord had gone all out right from the start. This couldn't be helped, as the royal city was literally right behind him. He had to ward off the old ancestor at all costs and make sure that his black ink nest was not damaged. Thrown into this intense battle, the royal lord was infuriated. He had never expected that the old ancestor would come spoiling for a fight so soon. He had only exchanged moves with the other party once in the past. Although he had suffered a setback in that battle, he was generally fine. After obtaining some information from the royal lord in the Yin-Yang theater, he learned a lot about the female old ancestor. On the other hand, the old ancestor knew next to nothing about him. Therefore, after the previous battle, he concluded that it would take this old ancestor at least 200 years to recuperate before she staged a comeback. 200 years was enough for him to fully recover with the help of his black ink nest. By then, he would be able to catch the old ancestor off guard. How could he have anticipated that the old ancestor came attacking him again barely 20 to 30 years later? Has she fully recovered? Wouldn't it damage her foundation if she frequently makes a move without healing first? From what he had gathered, the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass cultivated a unique secret art, and it was extremely difficult for her to recuperate once injured. It seemed impossible that she could recover in such a short time. However, their brief exchange just now had astounded him. If not for him drawing on the black ink nest strength, he wouldn't have been able to block the old ancestor's attack given his current state.